Tá. Tá. Obrigado, tá?
Já volta agora para estacionar.
Eu vou levar. Vou levar. Aqui é.
deixa eu ouvir.
Vai receber? Não, vou esperar um pouquinho.
Vai esperar?
Não, acho que dá pra ir. Não, tá chegando aqui, ó. Tá chegando aqui. Não, e quando ele começou a correr, eu falei, vai acabar morto? Vai no final da missão. Aí tá. Eu falei assim, pode ficar o caminho aqui é longo. É longo, não é tão pequeno, lá no Itamaraty. Acho que é metade do Itamaraty. Agora é a Arábia Saudita.
Descansar! Aula, descansando! Aula à vontade!
Arábia Saudita.
Ok, já avisei.
Warrior! descansando. Ala descansando. Ala vontade.
Dá seu nome e telefone. Ele resolve.
Quem? Carro?
by turbulence and transformation. China and the UK share the dual responsibility of advancing our respective national development. The new UK government is working to fix the foundations of the economy and rebuild Britain, and has set the vision of Britain reconnected. We will share development opportunities with the rest of the world and promote international solidarity and cooperation. We should take fostering greater development, better serving our peoples, and contributing more to the world as our goal. Live up to our strategic partnership and commit to mutual respect, openness, cooperation, exchanges, and mutual learning for shared benefit.
Pleased to be able to have an early phone call soon after I took up office as Prime Minister, and now the opportunity to meet in person. Strong UK-China relationship is important for both of our countries and for the broader international community, and I will certainly pass your remarks on. We want our relations to be consistent, durable, respectful, as we have agreed. Avoid surprises where possible, and strengthen should provide stronger understanding. The UK will be a predictable, consistent sovereign actor committed to the rule of law and multilateral system. I appreciated your candour when we spoke on the telephone, and I will do the same. I was very pleased to see our ministers start to engage on priority areas. The economy and trade, strategic issues, climate and energy. We want broader engagement on science, technology, security, including military channels and SOC, health, education, development. Investment and growth are important to us both, and I'm keen that my Chancellor should meet with Vice Premier Hay for the upcoming economic and financial dialogue early next year to explore new investment projects and a more level playing field to help our business. I want to plan for full bilateral meeting with you and Premier Li in Beijing or London, and will ask my new National Security Advisor to follow up with your teams to prepare for this engagement. I'm very pleased that my Foreign Secretary and Foreign Minister Wang met recently and discussed respective concerns, including human rights and parliamentary sanctions, Taiwan, South China Sea, and our shared interest in Hong Kong. We are concerned by reports of Jimmy Lai's deterioration health in prison.
很高兴从斯坦福首相前去，我是中东方。
Charles III. The world has entered a new period marked by turbulence and transformation. China and the UK share the dual responsibility of advancing our respective national development. The new UK government is working to fix the foundations of the economy and rebuild Britain, and has set the vision of Britain reconnected. We will share development opportunities with the rest of the world and promote international solidarity and cooperation. We should take fostering greater development, better serving our peoples, and contributing more to the world as our goal. Live up to our strategic partnership and commit to mutual respect, openness, cooperation, exchanges, and mutual learning for shared benefit.
Pleased to be able to have an early phone call soon after I took up office as Prime Minister, and now the opportunity to meet in person. Strong UK-China relationship is important for both of our countries and for the broader international community, and I will certainly pass your remarks on to His Majesty the King. We want our relations to be consistent, durable, respectful, as we have agreed. Avoid surprises where possible, and strengthen dialogue should provide stronger understanding. The UK will be a predictable, consistent sovereign actor committed to the rule of law and multilateral system. I appreciated your candour when we spoke on the telephone, and I will do the same. I was very pleased to see our ministers start to engage on priority areas, the economy and trade, strategic issues, climate and energy. We want broader engagement on science, technology, security, including military channels and SOC, health, education, and development. Investment and growth are important to us both, and I'm keen that my Chancellor should meet with Vice Premier Hay for the upcoming economic and financial dialogue early next year to explore new investment projects and a more level playing field to help our business. I want to plan for full bilateral meeting with you and Premier Li in Beijing or London, and will ask my new National Security Advisor to follow up with your teams to prepare for this engagement. I'm very pleased that my Foreign Secretary and Foreign Minister Wang met recently and discussed respective concerns, including human rights and parliamentary sanctions, Taiwan, South China Sea, and our shared interest in Hong Kong. We are concerned by reports of Jimmy Lai's deterioration health in prison.
Thank
Descansar. Aman. Descansar.
Ferrou o protocolo.
Ei, som, 1, 2, teste.
Você imprimiu aquele papel. Tá. Vamos lá, senhoras e senhores, terá início a sessão de abertura. Você já tinha lido isso? Não, não mais.
Dentro de instantes, terá início a sessão de abertura da reunião de líderes do G20 Combate à Fome e à Pobreza. Pede-se a todos que tomem seus assentos e coloquem seus aparelhos celulares em modo silencioso. In a few moments, we will start the first session of the G20 Leaders Meeting. We are only waiting for the entrance of the leaders to begin. We kindly invite you to take your seats and set your cell phones in silent mode. Informamos que oferecemos o serviço de tradução simultânea. Orientamos que selecionem o canal correspondente ao seu idioma de preferência. We would like to inform you that the service of simultaneous interpreting is available as from now, and we invite you to select the channel corresponding to your language of choice.
Vou segurar. Perdão, falou? Beleza. Não, pode ficar à vontade. Obrigado. Lembra o embaixador que tem um pequeno roteirinho muito rápido e o vídeo. Ouviu, Paula? Relembra o embaixador, que é um roteiro muito rápido, e o vídeo da aliança, antes do presidente falar. Roteiro rápido, introdução, vídeo da aliança e o presidente fala. Para tirar estrangeiros como titular, pede para o Guilherme Gondim. Fala com o Guilherme Gondim, ok? Ok. Preciso de ajuda. Bruno, Leandro, pede para os nossos sentarem. O presidente está vendo cadeira vazia, ele acha que está vazia. Pede para os nossos. Explica para mim onde está a Moura, então faz para ele sentar. Faz a cadeira. O presidente acha que está vazio, eu preciso que ele sente. Ouviu, Leandro? Leandro está ouvindo? Leandro, Bruno, ajude as pessoas a sentarem. Pode falar. Espero que seja isso sentado. Que não esteja dando papo na gente. Eu também vejo.
Senhoras e senhores, bom dia. Sejam muito bem-vindos ao lançamento da Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza, iniciativa que reúne 81 países, a União Africana, a União Europeia, 24 organismos internacionais, 9 instituições financeiras e 31 entidades filantrópicas, além de outras organizações não governamentais. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the launching of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, an initiative that gathers 81 countries, the African Union, the European Union, 24 international bodies, 9 financial institutions, and 31 foundations and philanthropical entities, in addition to other non-governmental organizations. A Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza pretende acelerar ações unindo os países na erradicação da fome global e no combate às desigualdades sociais. The Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty aims to accelerate actions towards achieving a sustained, uniting countries in eradicating global hunger and fighting social inequities. Será exibido agora vídeo sobre a Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza. We now invite you to watch a video about the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty.
Enquanto houver famílias sem comida na mesa, crianças nas ruas e jovens sem esperança, não haverá paz.
We promised to eliminate extreme poverty and hunger until 2030. However, far from falling at the necessary pace, hunger and poverty are growing. If all the efforts made over the past decades to combat hunger and poverty have proven insufficient, a new approach is necessary and urgent. With Brazil chairing the G20, President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva convened a task force to consider actions to change this reality. 5 reports were produced by international organizations with a clear diagnosis. Although the evidence strongly favors large-scale public programs and policies against hunger and poverty, the international community's support is increasingly oriented towards small pilot and temporary projects, leading to a fragmented and challenging scenario. And the world needs more, much more than that.
And I welcome the Hunger and Poverty Alliance being launched by President Lula. Hunger has no place in the 21st century.
The Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, an innovative initiative whose founding documents were approved by the G20 in July 2024, brings together countries, international organizations, and entities committed to creating a focused and action-oriented coalition. Many countries have successfully implemented policies and programs against hunger and poverty. We already know what works. What we need is to scale up finance and channel financial support and knowledge to where they are most needed, transforming lives.
A aliança combina interesses de países através de modelos e políticas públicas com eficácia comprovada e financiamento para sua implementação, com escala e alcance. Vamos nos unir para construir um mundo mais sustentável, mais solidário e justo para todos e todas.
Meus amigos e minhas amigas, o tempo para cumprirmos a nossa promessa de atingir os objetivos do desenvolvimento sustentável está se esgotando rapidamente. Essa é a nossa última oportunidade de alcançar essas metas. Embora a Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza tenha nascido no G20, ela pertence a todo mundo. Por isso, convido todos e todas a integrarem a aliança e se somar a esse esforço pela erradicação da fome e da extrema pobreza, para que em 2030 possamos finalmente falar desses flagelos como problemas do passado. Muito obrigado e eu espero vocês.
Senhoras e senhores, com a palavra o presidente da República. For his remarks, we now invite the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva.
Caros chefes de Estado e de governo, dirigentes de organizações internacionais, demais chefes de delegação, minhas amigas e meus amigos. Primeiro, eu quero agradecer a generosidade da presença de vocês, transformando o Rio de Janeiro na capital do mundo neste dia 18 de novembro e dia 19 de novembro. É muito importante o que vamos discutir aqui e eu tenho certeza que se nós assumirmos a responsabilidade com esses assuntos da fome e da pobreza, nós poderemos ter sucesso em pouco tempo. Por isso, eu queria dizer a todos vocês, sejam bem-vindos ao Rio de Janeiro. Aproveite essa cidade que é conhecida como uma cidade maravilhosa. Esta cidade é a síntese dos contrastes que caracterizam o Brasil, a América Latina e o mundo. De um lado, a beleza exuberante da natureza, sob os braços abertos do Cristo Redentor. Um povo diverso, vibrante, criativo e acolhedor. De outro, injustiças sociais profundas. O retrato vivo de desigualdades históricas e persistentes. Estive na primeira reunião de líderes do G20, convocada em Washington, no contexto da crise financeira de 2008. 16 anos depois, constato com tristeza que o mundo está pior. Temos o maior número de conflitos armados desde a Segunda Guerra Mundial e a maior quantidade de deslocamentos forçados já registrada. Os fenômenos climáticos extremos mostram seus efeitos devastadores em todos os cantos do planeta. A desigualdade sociais, raciais e de gênero se aprofundam na esteira de uma pandemia que ceifou mais de 15 milhões de vidas. Segundo a FAO, em 2024, convivemos com um contingente de 733 milhões de pessoas ainda subnutridas. É como se as populações do Brasil, México, Alemanha, Reino Unido, África do Sul e Canadá, somadas, estivessem passando fome. São mulheres, homens e crianças, cujo direito à vida e à educação, ao desenvolvimento e à alimentação são diariamente violados. Em um mundo que produz quase 6 bilhões de toneladas de alimentos por ano, isso é inadmissível. Em um mundo cujos gastos militares chegam a 2 trilhões e 400 bilhões de dólares, isso é inaceitável. A fome e a pobreza não são o resultado da escassez ou de fenômenos naturais. A fome, como dizia o cientista e geógrafo brasileiro Josué de Castro, a fome é a expressão biológica dos males sociais. É produto de decisões políticas que perpetuam a exclusão de grande parte da humanidade. O G20 representa 85% dos 110 trilhões de dólares do PIB mundial. Também responde por 75% dos 32 trilhões de dólares do comércio de bens e serviços e 2/3 dos 8 bilhões de habitantes do planeta Terra. Compete aos que estão aqui, compete aos que estão de volta desta mesa, a inadiável tarefa de acabar com essa chaga que envergonha a humanidade. Por isso, colocamos como objetivo central da presidência brasileira no G20 o lançamento de uma aliança global contra a fome e a pobreza. Este será o nosso maior legado. Não se trata apenas de fazer justiça. Essa é uma condição imprescindível para construir sociedades mais prósperas e um mundo de paz. Não por acaso, esses são os objetivos do desenvolvimento sustentável 1 e 2 da Agenda 2030. Com a aliança, vamos articular recomendações internacionais, políticas públicas eficazes e fontes de financiamento. O Brasil sabe que é possível. Como, com a participação ativa da sociedade civil, concebemos e implementamos programas de inclusão social, de fomento da agricultura familiar e da segurança alimentar e nutricional, como o nosso Bolsa Família e o Programa Nacional de Alimentação Escolar. Conseguimos sair do mapa da fome da FAO em 2014, para o qual votamos em 2022, em um contexto de desarticulação do Estado de bem-estar social. Foi com tristeza que, ao voltar ao governo, encontrei um país com 30 famintas. Em 1 ano e 11 meses, o retorno desses programas já retirou mais de 24 milhões e meio de pessoas da extrema pobreza. Até 2026, novamente, mapa da fome. E com a aliança, faremos muito mais. Aqueles que sempre foram invisíveis estarão ao centro da agenda internacional. Já contamos com a adesão de 81 países, 26 organizações internacionais, 9 instituições financeiras e 31 fundações filantrópicas e organizações não governamentais. Meus agradecimentos a todos envolvidos na concepção e no funcionamento dessa iniciativa já anunciaram contribuições financeiras. Foi um ano de trabalho intenso, mas este é apenas o começo. A aliança nasce no G20, mas seu destino é global. Que esta cúpula seja marcada pela coragem de agir. Por isso, quero declarar oficialmente lançada a Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza. Muito obrigado. Bem, meus amigos, daremos agora o início à discussão entre os membros do G20, começando pelos países da Troika. Por isso, eu quero passar a palavra para o primeiro-ministro Narendra Modi, da Índia, última presidência do G20.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, नमस्कार। सबसे पहले
شلته ونزلته ولا شيء نفس يعني ما بس انا لا قالوا لي كده لانه قال لك شوف معي هي الاكتيفيشن تبعها شايف هاي هي تطلع بالنوتيفيكيشن وتشوفها تعرفي نفس الشيء شايفها بتتحكم فيها no longer available version of Android. شوف انت السيتنجز ازاي عادي عندك يعني نفس التطبيق. السيتنجز تبع لقيت واتساب settings for notifications. هي هيدي الاساس اللي بتعملها انت اون اوف حتى يبين عندك اذا حدا دق لك ولا برس بدك تقعد تفتح لتعمل هيك لتفوت لحتى تطلع لك. تخيل انتوا عم بتسوق شو صاير انا صرت انا عم بسوق عم بطلع شوي مش متحصل هلا عليها عليك هلا معلش هالسوق قبل كنا نوقف اوكي نصير ضربات بس ما كنت تشوف دمار ما كنا هلا بنوقف هون بنشوف الدمار هلا بتوقف بتشوفوا الدمار شابة سوريا بلشوا بالخواتيم. بقول لك خلصت الخواتيم بلشت اول شيء. ختموا له اياها.
هو بشكل أول من المنزل هذا إذا بترجع تنشأ الناس فوق الحين اللي مش قاعدين فيها وده شيء كبير يمكن تتخصص في حاجة زي كده يمكن تتذكر المدينة الأقدام الطويل المغاري هذا معلق النادي في بيته على الحين معلق نايم على الأرض إذا تتعلق إذا تتكلم عن الآن بس تنتبه فوق الأوضة هذا الفكرة ما هو الفكرة بتكون محدش عليها لما هو مش عارفش عليها فهمت انت عليه ايش قصدك طويل البرانية صحيح تنكب لفوق الأوضة الضلة بتخفف من صح لا بتعطيه شيء نبدأ يعني ماشي يا حبيبي تمام ماشي يا حبيبي تجيله بيت الله معك حبيبي لا وأنا بتمنى خمسين لابس الكرتون وواقف أنا لو ما عندي هي المشكلة بتاعت الكيس هو الموضوع هي اللي بتقوله ما بيعرف الهدفين حسب الجسم ليش بيعرف الأوردر إنه يتقبل طبعا صحيا أحسن بس هيدا الموضوع الوحيد اللي كنترول بعد ما ينعرفوه أنا هون ماشي خليك لا أصلا يمكن سقفها هيك الحجرة أنا بحط عليها من فوق وربنا يسمع ماشي أوكي ماشي حبيبي طيب يلا
خليك مصطفى خليك مصطفى هاي بيروت معلم بيروت
ايه في
معلم في
بيروت
صوت زاد البلاط يا اما شيء بس الندى
انا صراحه
طيب في درب ببيروت مبينة عندي من هون وين بالضبط عرفتي؟
سلام جنبي بس ما تتصلوا علي يلا اوكي يا حبيبي لا بتعرف تاكلها انا بس عم بطلب صار الضرب حبيبي القلب يا زعل البلاد اول زعل البلاد تحت اصل
حنون
يا حبيبي
حسينية زعل البلاد
يا جماعة يعني عم بدقوا لي الاساينمنت يعني
مثلا
صديقي كان عم يقول
يا حبيبي صورة عامة اوكي
ابعتوا لي اي شيء ما معقول يعني عندي لايف بس اي معلومه عندكم
اوكي يا حبيبي ولا يا حبيبي وبعد كده يا شوكي
لا تفاصيل واضحة حتى الآن كمان كل ما يمكن أن نقوله أن سمع لديه انفجار في العاصمة بيروت نحاول أن نتحقق ما إذا كان ناتجا عن غارة إسرائيلية وأيضا أن نكون أكثر دقة من حيث المكان الذي استهدفته هذه الضربة. الأكيد أنها في العاصمة اللبنانية بيروت ولكن نفضل حاليا عدم الخوض في تسمية المنطقة التي استهدفتها بانتظار استخدام التفاصيل بشكل أكثر وضوح. ما أستطيع أن أؤكده من حيث أقف الآن نحن رأينا سقوط الدخان تندلع لكننا لم نسمع دويا الانفجار. المعلومات الواردة من قلب العاصمة بيروت تتحدث عن وقوع انفجار ولكن لا نستطيع حتى الآن تأكيد طبيعة هذا الانفجار والنقطة الجغرافية بالتحديد التي ضربها هذا الانفجار وما إذا كان انفجارا أم ضربة جوية إسرائيلية. كل ما أستطيع أن أؤكده من حيث أنا الآن أننا رأينا سقوط الدخان تندلع من قلب العاصمة بيروت. طبعا هذا يأتي بعد ساعات قليلة بعد أقل من 24 ساعة على ضربة جوية تعرضت لها نسبة أحمال الياس تقريبا بعيد هذا الوقت من ليلة الأمس وأدت إلى سقوط عدد من السوداء والإصابات وضربة ثانية تعرضت لها من رأس النبع كان بالإمكان أن تكرر. لم أسمع السؤال، إن كان بالإمكان أن تكرر. نعم، بطبيعة الحال عمليات الحزب لا تزال مستمرة. حزب الله اليوم قال إنه يستمر بقصف المستوطنات الشمالية، وإنه أيضا يتصدى للقوات الإسرائيلية المتواجدة داخل الأراضي اللبنانية، وقام بمجموعة من الاستهدافات عند المناطق المحاذية لبلدة بخيار ضد القوات الإسرائيلية التي تحاول الظهر للتوغل بطريقة أو بعمق أكثر داخل الأراضي اللبنانية. هناك مواجهات في محيط بلدة بخيار، هناك مواجهات في محيط بلدة شمع، أيضا في القطاع الغربي. وحزب الله أيضا لا يكتفي بحسب البيانات التي يصدرها بأنه يتصدى للقوات القادمة، بل يقوم أيضا باستهداف القواعد العسكرية الإسرائيلية داخل المناطق الشمالية، سواء في إصبع الجنوب الأعلى أو حتى الجنوب الغربي والأوسط. وهناك ضربات ينفذها حزب الله خاصة في المناطق القريبة من الحدود، خاصة المواقع التي تتموضع عندها وتنطلق منها القوات الإسرائيلية المتوغلة. هذه باتت نقاط
ايوه
طمن يا خي. بدي بس اطمن، بدي اطمن عنك وعايزك. خلص العيلة بيهم شيء؟ لعلك بخير؟ الحمد لله خلص، يلا كفي شيلك كفي شيلك، يلا اطمني يلا. وصل 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 وصل، هلا بالله يلا. طيب طيب. الحمد لله.
هيدا الحركه مع فرعون، هيدا الحركه مع فرعون، هيدا التوفير علينا هو اخر محل التوفير او بين التوفير والاحسانيه 100% التوفير والاحسانيه هدول هلا يمكن يكون ميت منهم مين شرق السوريين هول اللي بيلموا تبعك وحبيبي انا بفتكر انه هيكون رايح ما عرفت شو صار
المستشفيات القريبة من كوشك القوي ينطلق محاولة مساعدة الفرق الأنقاذ التي لا تزال تعمل على رفع الأحكام وانتشال الشهداء
الله يبارك فيك.
المكتب كثيفة جدا جميع المحال المجاورة يعني هذه غارة نعم المبنى الآن تم كامل الأطلال الدقيقة في هذه
انا ما فارقه معي بدي اغطي الكاميرا.
شباب الموتوسيكلات صور عمالك شوات تصوير هلا ما زالت
الجميع يذهب الى المباني وايضا المدارس التي تخدم طيب احمد انتقل الى تصريح للنائب امين شري الان. احمد
كذلك الامر يعطي لا شك هذا
ارجع على الهواء في
حط المايك حط المايك النازحين او من خلال النازحين كمان يكون في وجوه نحن بنقول احنا في بيروت ما زالوا هن مصممين والمساكين اهل القرن والجود واصلاح النازحين ولن يتحلوا من هذا
النائب امين
لكن بالنسبه للنازحين يقول كمان اهل صلابي وعزيز لذلك لا عزيمه اهل بيروت بعدم ان يكون هناك ردة فعل سلبيه على النازحين ولا يكسر عزيمه النازحين ان يكون هناك سجوع ثاني كما حصل في غزه. لذلك هدف العدو هو ترويع الناس ثم ترويع الناس ثم ترويع. نحن بالنسبه لنا القاعده الاساسيه اي واحد من المجاهدين او من المقاومين هو مكانه في الجبل، هو مكانه في الحافه الالميه، هو مكانه مع العدو الاسرائيلي، هو مكانه في المواجهه بالنقطه الصفر مع العدو الاسرائيلي كما في الخيان، كذلك امر في عيناتا، في بنت جبال، في شمك. هذا هو واجب على كل واحد من المجاهدين الموجودين. نحن لن نختبئ ولا باي شكل من الاشكال، كنا نقاوم او مجاهد او اي واحد. نحن ما بين الناس نختبئ ونقوم في الخطوط المجاهدين والمقاومين وجودهم في الحافه هن مع المواجهه مع العدو الاسرائيلي. العدو الاسرائيلي يريد ان يكسر عزيمه الناس ولن يستطيع.
لو سمحت ميادين
يعني مثل ما شفت كمان في راس النبع لم يكن هناك بس كل واحد تعصب في مرياس لم يكن هناك بزور لذلك امر في زعل لم يكن هناك بزور لان الناس هي ماخذه قرار ان تصبر وتصبر هذه تعتمد حالها. الصمود والصبر هي مقاومه ثم مقاومه ثم مقاومه. نحن بنقول هؤلاء الشهداء الرحمه لهم الجرحى الشفاء العاجل لهم لن نستطيع ان نكسر العزيمه ولا باي شكل العدو الاسرائيلي. نحن هيدي رسالتي لاهل بيروت كما كنتم في الستينات مع المقاومه وما زلتم مع المقاومه، كما كنتم اهل الجود والكرم باستضافه النازحين من كان 48 وكذلك الامر في اي كذلك الامر كنتم اهل الجود والكرم من 2006 كذلك الامر ب 2006 وما زلتم من 2024 اهل الجود والكرم ان تكونوا اهل ضيافه وكرم حسن.
لا علي لا علي لا
بعض المدنيين ارجع بقول رساله المدنيين ورساله هذه الشهداء
هل الافضل تنزل ايدك
الى جانب الدوله اللبنانيه من اهل عزيمه وقبر ان يتمسكوا بالسياده ويتمسكوا بالانصياع على هو العوائل شو هذا بقولوا هيك؟ شهدائنا هذا بقولوا هيك، مقاومينا بقولوا هيك، ناسنا بتقول هيك، النازحين بقولوا هيك. نحن على جانب الدولة اللبنانية أن لا تتخلى عن سيادتها ولا بأي شيء من الأشياء، لا في جغرافيا ولا في شيء.
الجمهور رسم على مزاعم العدو الإسرائيلي، دائما هو بيوصف الأمور بتوصيفات هو يستهدف مراكز يوم هذه الغارة على هذا المبنى تقول بأنه مكتب
يعني اذا نحن مش بنقول يعني هذا عشان اول ما قاعد البشوره بعض الناس بيقعدوا هون بيقعدوا مع بعض البعض يعني كمان ما فيش بيسال كمان عن خاص واحد كل الناس اللي هن اصواتهم الغرب مختار ابنه هذا اسمه لبنان الدولي كذلك امر بعض الناس اللي هن بيتشاوروا مع بعضهم البعض مع العلم انه نحن مش عم نقول انه هذا العدو هو غدار يجب ان يلا شالوا ظريف تجمعات في كمان بنفس الوقت لا بالخلفيات ولا بنفس الوقت ان يكون هناك تجمعات بين مراكز اجتماعيه هو يريد كسر العزيز
جيبوا لهون يا موسى جيبوا لهون لا في فادي
مريم يلا
بدل باين وراي شيء ولا
يعني باين
يلا بلشنا؟
انت بدك بس
لا بس بدك شوي
ايه بس انت حتزيح
انا بجرب اسوق لقطه انا اوريدي حاطه لقطه سعيد المونتاج
ولا يلا
خمسة شهداء يقول لك خذ الكادر يا عمر يلا فوت
يلا انا بدي اصور
لا انا حتى صار مع بطوس
ايه بيي يلا سالي
.33 entities and individuals, including today's actions for their activities in the West Bank. These sanctions have targeted an ever-broadening array of actors, from individuals to organizations, for their roles in the escalating violence and instability. There is no justification for extremist violence against civilians, period. We are committed to working with Israel and the Palestinian Authority to de-escalate violence in the West Bank, which has cost the lives of too many Israeli and Palestinian civilians. The President and the Secretary have repeatedly stressed with their Israeli counterparts that Israel must do more to stop violence against civilians in the West Bank and hold accountable those responsible for it. But as we have also made clear, in the absence of such actions by the government of Israel, we will continue to take our own steps to hold those responsible for violent extremism accountable. And with that, Matt. Congratulations on the Bills' victory yesterday.
Thank you.
Big one.
It was big.
Yeah.
And it was good.
Yeah. I'm
glad that the whole country, with the exception of maybe Kansas City area, is happy.
I'm not a partisan to either of those teams, so I won't speak to the relative goodness, but let your remarks stand.
Well, thank you. Before we get back to the what I'm sure will be a lot of questions about the Middle East, I just wanted to ask you quickly about transition. Is there anything new to report on contacts between incoming team and state?
So a couple things. With respect to the official transition process, no, there's nothing that has changed. I'll let other agencies speak to the memorandum of understanding process. My understanding is that there has not been a signed memorandum of understanding, which is what has to take place before the incoming administration's transition team can come start work here, getting briefed and getting access to information to proceed in the transition process. That process has not changed. There has been an additional contact I can read out. The Secretary phoned Secretary-designate Marco Rubio yesterday to offer his congratulations on his appointment and to pledge to him, as we have said publicly, that we will do everything within our power to make it a successful transition.
Okay, and there was, but that was the extent of it?
That was the extent of a call. They called, yeah.
Okay. Now, on to the, well, does anyone have another transition question?
Did the Secretary talk about any policy issue?
I'm not going to get into any further specifics of, other than that what I said, which is he called to offer his congratulations and pledged that we would work to make it a successful transition.
So on the Lebanon front, there's a whole flurry of speculation and reports that something is in where things stand there?
So we continue to be engaged with our Israeli counterparts, with the government of Lebanon, with another number of other countries, both in the region and outside the region, to try and reach across the blue line. As you know, we've been trying for some time to get a resolution that would see UN Security Council Resolution 1701 fully enforced, and we are making progress on it, but I wouldn't want to comment on it beyond that.
Do you know if are people heading out to the region?
Well, we always have people moving around various places in the region, but with respect to any travel to Lebanon, I don't have any to announce today.
Okay.
Not everybody at once. Wait for. All right, Alex. Front row is very demure today. It's like everybody else was watching the Bills game and celebrating. No.
Can we just stay then on the Middle East if you want to?
Sure.
I just on Gaza. And the aid situation, which does not seem to have improved significantly at all since last week in your announcement last week. What's the latest on that?
So we have seen the situation improve, though to see the actual realization of all of those improvements, we do think will take some time. But we have seen the government of Israel take additional steps. They voted last week to allow 250 trucks per day in, and then in addition, the Prime Minister instructed the Minister of Defense to make every effort to get that level of daily truck deliveries up to 350, which is the number that we called for in the letter. As you know, they now have 5 crossings open. They reopened a crossing that had been closed. They opened a new crossing, things that we called for. They restarted the Jordan Air Force's corridor, something that we had called for. They removed 30 items from the dual-use restricted list, something that we had called for in the letter on behalf of a number of humanitarian organizations that had been calling for those steps to be taken. They restored deliveries to the north. They expanded the Mawasi humanitarian zone by 25%, something that we had called for in the letter. They are implementing the UN's plan to prepare for winter, which includes things like repairing roads, facilitating the entry of winter-specific aid, vaccinations for winter-specific diseases. And so we have seen them take a number of steps, some of which have been public, some of which they have communicated to us, and I'm making public now. And it will take some time to see whether those actually translate to what they're supposed to translate to, which is more humanitarian assistance making it into Gaza, and then more humanitarian assistance making it to the actual people inside Gaza that need to get it. And that's what we're committed to seeing take place over the coming weeks. Yeah.
Just, I guess this is related to sort of transition. Do you have any comment on reporting about Elon Musk meeting with the Iranian ambassador last week, Monday?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Going back to Lebanon, Matt, can you say whether there have been any gaps that have narrowed in the negotiations over a diplomatic resolution here? Has Hezbollah presented any response to the proposals that are said to have been briefed to them?
You know, I just don't think it's productive, unfortunately, to get into the details of the back and forth negotiations, only to say that we have been at this for some time now. We have been sharing proposals, both with the government of Lebanon and the government of Israel. Both sides have reacted to the proposals that we have put forward. There has been an exchange of different ideas for how to see what we believe is in everyone's interest, which is the full implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 1701. And we're going to continue to stay at that process because we believe a diplomatic resolution is key to allowing the fighting to stop, to protecting civilians, and allowing the civilians in both Israel and Lebanon to return to their homes.
In past weeks, there has been optimism around the discussions to varying degrees. Are you able to give us a characterization of where that stands now? Are you optimistic that something can come together in the coming
I am not going to make a characterization, which shouldn't read anything into other than that to say we are committed to trying to get these negotiations over the finish line. We believe it is in the government of Israel to get them over the finish line. We believe it is in the interests of the government of Lebanon to get them over the finish line. I'm not going to characterize the chances other than to say when you have a resolution in the interest of all the relevant parties, we ought to be able to get to an agreement, and that's what we're going to try to do.
And then switching to Doha and the calls for Hamas to be booted out of the country, where does things stand there? Are there still Hamas officials in Qatar? If not, where are they now? And what's the latest?
I will let the various relevant governments speak to where they are. I know the government of Qatar has spoken to this to some extent. I've seen the reports that some of the leadership of Hamas who had been in Doha have now moved to Turkey. I'm not in a position to dispute those reports. What I would say on behalf of the United States is that we don't believe the leaders of a vicious terrorist organization should be living comfortably anywhere. And that certainly includes in a major... Remember that Hamas is a brutal terrorist organization that has murdered a number of Americans, continues to hold to this day 7 American citizens hostage, and of course, that's not even to speak of the citizens of other countries that it has murdered and that is held hostage. So to the extent that members of Hamas are in Turkey or in any country, look, a number of these individuals are under U.S. indictment, have been under U.S. indictment for some time, and we believe that they should be turned over to the United States.
If they are in Turkey and aren't turned over or expelled or what have you, whatever asks may be made, what kind of consequences would there be for Turkey, who's a NATO ally?
I don't want to get ahead of things here. We've just seen the reporting in the last few days that they have moved to Turkey. But of course, we will make clear to the government of Turkey, as we have made clear to every country in the world, that there can be no more business as usual with Hamas. Yeah, go ahead, Hiba.
Up on the questions regarding Lebanon and the negotiations. You used to say, for example, when it comes to Hamas and Israel, the onus is on Hamas or on Israel. When it comes to Lebanon, where's the problem? Here or here? Lebanon, Hezbollah, or Israel?
So both the government of Israel and the government of Lebanon need to agree to an ultimate resolution, a diplomatic resolution. Obviously, that requires to both of them agreeing to the various proposals that we have put forward. And you can imagine, as is always the case in this kind of diplomatic engagement, there are things that each side wants and things that each side objects to. And what we try to do is to work through that and get to a resolution that both parties can agree to. But ultimately, the onus is on both of those countries.
And when it comes to to the internal politics in Lebanon, you've been trying to have a kind of political solution for the presidential elections and many things in Lebanon. Any update on these efforts?
No, look, we continue to want to see the Lebanese parliament elect a new president. We have been pushing for that since before the outbreak of violence in the past few months. We've been pushing for that since before October 7th, and we're continuing to push for it, but I don't have any update to offer.
There are some talks that there are regional partners pushing for a role to Bashar al-Assad within Lebanon. Are you on the same page, or do you accept such a proposal to start with?
I don't know what proposal that refers to specifically, and I wouldn't want to comment on it here today.
Thank you.
So let me just try to stay in the region first. Yeah. Michelle, go ahead.
Matt, do you support Israeli right to intervene in Lebanon militarily in the future in case the Lebanese armed forces or the UNIFIL don't move against Hezbollah?
So
especially in the south.
Yeah, so I don't want to speak to that specifically. I know there have been reports about various things that may or may not be under negotiation. So sometimes when I comment on even general questions like that here, they're interpreted as me weighing in on the specifics of negotiations. I will, of course, say that every country in the world has the right to defend itself against terrorist attacks. That includes Israel, includes other countries as well. And I think I'll leave it at that.
And will you give Israel guarantees in this regard?
I'm just not going to speak to the underlying diplomatic negotiations.
And is there only one draft that you are working on, or two drafts?
Only one. I think I'm going to have to apply my previous answer, which is I'm not going to talk to the specifics of the negotiations. Ultimately, we're looking to a proposal that can be agreed to by both countries.
And do you know if Folkestein is going today to Lebanon, or?
I would refer you to the White House for that. Almost hasn't worked here for more than a year now, but I would direct you to the NSC to speak to his travel schedule.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Over the weekend, Haaretz reported on Israel's crackdown on foreign activists in the occupied West Bank, stating that at least 16 foreign activists, many of them our Americans, have been expelled from Israel since last October after being detained in the West Bank. Have you seen these reports, and do you have any reaction? Do you believe that Israel is deliberately targeting foreign activists?
About them. I don't have any specific information to speak to, and so don't have any comment on them, but would say in general, we support the rule of law and due process, and will continue to advocate for these principles, especially when they pertain to the treaty.
And one more on
behalf, that we believe are in the interests of the American people. If the incoming administration wants to take a different view, that is, of course, their right to do so. And I expect in many cases they will do so. But it is our duty to fulfill the mandate that the American people gave to President Biden. And we will continue to do that. And I would add that when you look at the position of the American public on support for Ukraine, there has been overwhelming support among the American people, and there's been overwhelming support in Congress for providing this aid to Ukraine. So we're going to continue to provide it and get all of it out the door before we leave office. Yeah, Janet, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Russia and North Korea. Russian Kremlin stated that even after the war between Russia and Ukraine ends, North Korean. Yeah, what are your concerns about the integration of North Korean troops into Russian units?
We continue to be greatly concerned about the security relationship between North Korea and Russia. And I think it's worth not just because of the fact that North Korea has introduced its own forces onto the battlefield with Ukrainian soldiers, but what it is that North Korea might be getting in return. Seems very hard to believe that they sent 11,000 soldiers to fight in Russia, potentially die in combat against the Ukrainian military, without getting something in return. Now, we don't know what that may be, but it doesn't require a great leap of faith to believe that it is going to be something that is deeply destabilizing to security in Asia, which is why we have made those concerns quite clear to a number of countries in the region.
North Korean Kim Jong-un said nuclear strengthening and announced that the preparation for war had been completed. How do you assess the nuclear alliance between North Korea and Russia?
I just don't have any assessment at all to offer from here. Nike.
Yeah, just follow up on Simon's question. Do you have anything to confirm the veracity of a news report that following a nod from the United States, France and UK have actually decided to allow Ukraine to use long-range fires to strike deep within Russia, including the Storm Shadow missiles?
I don't think you will be surprised at my answer, Nike. Having not been willing to confirm these reports about U.S. involvement, I'm certainly not going to speak to involvement on behalf of other countries.
During your recent meetings with European officials, what sense do you get regarding the land for peace?
Regarding land for peace, so I will say that when we were in Brussels last week and the Secretary met with a number of his foreign counterparts, met with the Secretary General of NATO, briefed the NAC and received updates from representatives of a number of NATO countries, and of course met with his British counterpart and had a number of other conversations over the past few weeks. What we have heard consistently is that it is for Ukraine to decide if it wants to enter into negotiations, when it enters into negotiations, what the parameters of those negotiations would be. That has been our policy, that it's up to Ukraine to make those decisions, and that has been the policy of our allies and partners, and we have seen no change in that policy by our allies and partners. But I do think it's always worth adding, when we talk about potential negotiations, that we have seen no change in posture by the government of Russia when it comes to negotiations. And you just have to look at the deadly attacks that Russia has launched against Ukraine over the past few days to see that far from showing any willingness to enter into negotiations, they continue to look for ways to escalate the conflict.
Was there a growing acknowledgement that countries may be forced to accept a political reality?
So I'm just not going to speak to private discussions among our allies, but in every conversation that we have had over the past weeks, we've heard the same thing that we have heard over the past few months, which is that it is up to Ukraine to decide Ukraine's future and that no other country can or should dictate that to them.
And if I may ask a transitional question, sorry about that.
Convidamos a todos a ocuparem seus lugares. Daremos início agora à segunda sessão do dia. We kindly ask everyone to resume their seats. We shall now begin the second session of the day.
عيش يا باشا. شكله بقى شوي هون صاحبة الحكمان بس على الواتساب 29 زائد شيء ما نقدر
شو عم تقول؟ يعني يا في قصد يا في شعر وصدق؟ شكلك انت هون امبارح عشية؟ شو ده كان؟ شو ده بيت صرفت ولا لا؟ ليه؟ ليه؟ نفس المرتبات؟ لا أخاف ربطناهم وصرنا معدينهم اشترينا مي من هون عم تاخذ هذا المفروض مبدئيا هيك ما في كذا غير هون ما بتشوف هيك بتشوف كل شيء بوجهك كيف انت واقف بس بتشوف هيك
bancos, em vez de ajudar pessoas. Optou-se por socorrer o setor privado decidiu-se priorizar economias centrais em vez de apoiar países em desenvolvimento. O mundo voltou a crescer, mas a riqueza gerada não chegou aos mais necessitados. Não é surpresa que a desigualdade fomente ódio, extremismo e violência, nem que a democracia esteja sob ameaça. A globalização neoliberal fracassou. Em meio a crescentes turbulências, a comunidade internacional parece resignada a navegar sem rumo por disputas hegemônicas. Permanecemos à deriva, como se arrastados por uma torrente que nos empurra para uma tragédia. Mas o confronto não é uma fatalidade. Negar isso é abrir mão da nossa responsabilidade. Em torno desta mesa estão os líderes das maiores economias e blocos regionais do planeta. Não há ninguém em melhor posição do que nós para mudar o curso da humanidade. Este ano, a reforma da governança global entrou em definitivo na agenda do G20. Pela primeira vez, o grupo foi à ONU e aprovou, com o endosso de outros 40 países, um chamado à ação. Mas esse chamado é apenas um toque de despertar. A omissão do Conselho de Segurança tem sido ela própria uma ameaça à paz e à segurança internacional. O uso indiscriminado do veto torna o órgão refém dos 5 membros permanentes. Do Iraque à Ucrânia, da Bósnia a Gaza, consolida-se a percepção de que nem todo o território merece ter sua integridade respeitada e nem toda vida ter o mesmo valor. Intervenções desastrosas subverteram a ordem no Afeganistão e na Líbia. A indiferença relegou o Sudão e o Haiti ao esquecimento. Sanções unilaterais produzem sofrimento e atingem os mais vulneráveis. As instituições de Bretton Woods impuseram obstáculos aos próprios objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável que deveriam promover. Impasses recentes em torno do Tratado de Pandemias, do Pacto para o Futuro e da COP da Biodiversidade de Cali mostram que a diplomacia vem perdendo terreno para a intransigência. Não deve haver debates interditados nem linhas vermelhas intransponíveis. Por isso, o Brasil propôs em Nova York a convocação de uma conferência de revisão da Carta da ONU nos termos do artigo 109. Apenas 51 dos atuais 193 membros das Nações Unidas participaram de sua fundação. Também é urgente rever regras e políticas financeiras que afetam desproporcionalmente os países em desenvolvimento. O serviço da dívida externa de países africanos é maior que os recursos de que eles dispõem para financiar sua infraestrutura, saúde e educação. A cooperação tributária internacional é crucial para reduzir desigualdades. Estudos encomendados pela trilha de finanças do G20 são reveladores. Uma taxação de 2% sobre o patrimônio de indivíduos super ricos poderia gerar recursos da ordem de 250 bilhões de dólares por ano para serem investidos no enfrentamento dos desafios sociais e ambientais do nosso tempo. A estabilidade mundial depende de instituições mais representativas. A pluralidade de vozes funciona como vetor de equilíbrio. O futuro será multipolar. Aceitar esta realidade pavimenta o caminho para a paz. Também é chave na construção de uma governança que maximize as oportunidades e mitigue os riscos da inteligência artificial. A resposta para a crise do multilateralismo é mais multilateralismo. Não é preciso esperar uma nova guerra mundial ou um colapso econômico para promover as transformações de que a ordem internacional necessita. Em 1940, o poeta brasileiro Carlos Drummond de Andrade escreveu um poema chamado Congresso Internacional do Medo, que traduzia o sentimento prevalente em meio à Segunda Guerra Mundial. Para evitar que o título desse poema volte a descrever a governança global, não podemos deixar que o medo de dialogar triunfe. Muito obrigado, companheiros. Eu agora quero convidar para dar início à nossa segunda sessão sobre reforma das instituições da governança global.
كابتن شوف ما عم بفهم على يا شيخ يا شيخ انا بدي اتذكر شو happened شو shit happened شلونك؟ تل ابيب يعطنا يعني شو؟ تل ابيب تل ابيب لا شو تقول لي شو معنى أين تبقى شرط العربية؟ إسعافية. السكة جبت ديبندنت عراقية ايه الخبر؟ شفت ابوك؟ أنا أقول باين
איזה ערוץ אתה? אהלן, אני הדובר. אז בוא תצמצם לשם, עכשיו הממ"ז יבוא לתת הצהרה. זה שאני ארכז את כל זה.
אגב, אנחנו ראינו פה לפני דקות אחדות את מפקד המחוז של כבאות והצלה מגיע לכאן כשאנחנו עדיין רואים סגירת אש פעילה.
הוא יבוא לפה. הכל בסדר, זוזו, חברים, זוזו. הכל בסדר, זוזו אחורה. בסדר, עכשיו אתה תהיה בשביל אני אגיד לך. עוד 4 דקות הוא יבוא לפה.
אז בכלל כאמור, את רואה פה את האש אוחזת עדיין בעמוד החשמל, כוחות גדולים שנמצאים. אני כן יכול לומר, ככה להרגיע את הציבור, האירוע הזה נמצא בשליטה, ממדי ההרס עדיין נבדקים ויש הרס רב, יש כאן בניין שנפגע קשות, בניין נימול, בניין משרדים שגם הוא נפגע, ושוב אנחנו אומרים, במזל גדול לא היו שם אנשים, יותר מדי אנשים בשעה.
חבר'ה, שיקמן, קח את שלי גם.
רגע, מה העדכון? רגע, אבל מה זה? מה אתה רוצה? למי אתה רוצה?
מגיע.
מה? למי?
ממש.
שחר.
יגיע הכל. עוד 4 דקות ניתן הצהרה.
רגע, אתם...
הרצל. בוא, כנס.
כרגע לא. הרצל. לא, מה?
מגיע, אבל יש
אל תיתנו להם להידחף
והצלה. שומעת אותי? את שומעת אותי? שומעים אותי. הם לא עוברים. הוא בן 40. אני שומע אותה. יאללה, לא שומע אותה. איזה חיבור. יאללה, שומעת אותי? יאללה, אני שומע אותה. אני שומע אותה. אז הוא עומד על זה כל היום.
חברים, ערב טוב, אני מבקש, מי שלא קשור למשטרה, לכיבוי אש ולפיקוד העורף, מתבקש לעבור אחרי הססל, כולם, בלי יוצא מן הכלל, לעבור אחרי הססל.
שחר, הם מפריעים לנו, בוא תן לצלמים.
מי זה?
בוא מאחור.
איפה אחורה? הצטופפו?
חברים, אני מבקש מכולם אחרי הססל, אחרי הססל. עוד הססלה, גם כולם.
טל, אני שומע אותה. לא, המיקרופון לא אצלי. עוד כמה דקות.
הצלמים, תעברו קדימה לפה. בוא,
אני פשוט לא יכול לענות לה.
פה, תעשו חצי עיגול. תעשו חצי עיגול.
לא, זה מתחיל. בוא אליי.
זה בסדר?
אם תתכופף,
רגע, בואו כולם, בואו נעשה בנחת. אני מדבר עברית.
אז תזוז.
תזוז טיפה.
אז תתחיל במקום.
יכול טיפה להתקרב? רגע. יולן. בואי נעשה את זה. בסדר? אז למה אני צריך שני מיקרופונים?
איפה? פריימן, אתה יכול להפסיק?
בלב יש?
שנייה, שחר.
חבר'ה, שורר הגיע, אפשר כולם ללכת. תודה רבה. הראש שלי לא. עכשיו.
הטלפון סיגר חצי בשביל.
עוד שנייה, חבר'ה.
רגע, שנייה. סיגר. שלום סתם.
קובי, אתה זה? קובי יש?
יאללה, בוא נתחיל.
יאללה, חבר'ה, תודה רבה. אנחנו מתחילים הצעה שלנו. ערב טוב, ב-8:47 קיבלנו מספר אירועים בעקבות האזעקה של נפילות. בחלק נכבד, למעט הזירה שאתם רואים אותה פה, זה זירות קטנות, לא משמעותיות, שלא נפגעו בהם אנשים. בזירה הזאת אני יכול להגיד שזה טיל שפוגע פגיעה ישירה, זה לא מיירד ולא משהו בסגנון, אלא טיל ישיר במשקל רב. הפגיעה שאתם רואים במבנה למעלה זה החלק של המנוע, הפגיעה עצמה פוגעת בקרקע ומדליקה עמוד חשמל, אז זה האש שאתם רואים. מהמקום פה מפונים 6 פצועים בדרגות שונות, יש לנו לפי מד"א פצוע קשה, 4 בינוני ו1 קל, כמובן שהמספרים יכולים להשתנות בהמשך. אנחנו כרגע מבקשים לא להגיע למקום ולהשאיר את הזירה הזאת פנויה, כמו שאתם רואים מסביב, חלונות במשקל רב, בסכנת נפילה, כל חלון כזה בעשרות קילוגרמים נופל, הוא פשוט יכול להרוג בן אדם או לפצוע קשה. אז לשים לב, לא להיכנס, סקרנים אני מבקש לא להגיע למקום. אני יכול להגיד לכם שמי שהיה בסביבה זה הרסיסים שיכולים להרוג בקלות בן אדם, ולכן צריך לשמוע על ההנחיות של פיקוד העורף ובהזעקה לא לצאת החוצה. תודה. יש סכנה לקריסת מבנים? סכנה לקריסת מבנים.
אנחנו מחכים למהנדס שיגיע וייתן לנו חוות דעת, גם של פיקוד העורף וגם של העירייה.
זו
פגיעה ישירה.
תודה רבה.
חבר'ה, תודה רבה.
תודה. באו אבל, פצועים, 4 בינוני, 4 בינוני, 1 קשה.
תן לי מיקרופון, תודה, חוקה.
Maybe for after, but no. I have a live at the base and they need to translate it for me.
שוטר, אפשר לזוז? לצדדים, לצדדים. עוד. מה? למה אתה עומד פה? אני מחזיק אצלי לא, למה? זה יפה.
בוא קובי, אני עוד מוקלט. אז אתם לוקחים את הדיווח שאני מקריא עכשיו, בסדר? לא את הדיווח. עכשיו ברגע זה אני מתחיל. יאללה, בוא. רגע, בס בסיזור מה? אנחנו מצלם פה, נכון? לא, אני מתקדם טיפה קדימה, אבל שתדע.
קצת ישר.
סבבה.
אני רץ.
כן, זה נכון, גם במשטרה וגם במכבי אש עדיין עמלים על סיכוי הזירה הזאת. עכשיו כבר אפשר קצת יותר לפשט את מה שקורה כאן. למעשה מדובר בזירה של פגיעה ישירה. עכשיו דוברנו בעיקר על נזקים רסיסים. הפגיעה למעשה מתרחשת במקום גבוה יותר. בבניין שם גם נשאר המנוע של אותו חפץ, ולאחר מכן הרסיסים פוגעים באותו עמוד חשמל. גם לכיוון האוטובוס וגם לכיוון הבניין עצמו. 5 בסך הכל נמצאים, 11 נשאר במצב שכולם מבונים לבית החולים וולפסון. באשר לרסיסים אתם יכולים לראות את הנזק הזה כאן, כל יצרנו
חברים, עיתונאים בבקשה אחורה. וואלה חברים, אחורה.
להבין רגע על מה מדובר, זה למעשה רסיס. אם הדבר הזה פוגע במישהו באיזושהי מהירות, אגב לא גבוהה, הוא יכול לתרום להרג, לתימום, לטראומה, וזה למעשה חוזרים ומזכירים גם במשטרה וגם בפיקוד העורף. זה הדבר הזה, הוא הסיבה שבגללה אנחנו צריכים להישאר עוד 10 דקות במרחב המוגן. אז כאמור, אנחנו לקראת סוף האירוע כאן, יש עוד היבט לוגיסטי, צריך להגיע לכאן מהנדס, שיבדוק את הבניין, נראה שאין איזושהי סכנה של פריסה, זה בניין עם הרבה זכויות, למשל, אנחנו לא מדברים רק על החלק של המדרון, אלא גם על החלק של הזכויות. הבניין הזה אמור לפחות להיות מאוכלס מחר בכמויות גדולות של עובדים, והמטרה היא לסיים לזכות את האירוע הזה עוד בשעות הלילה. כאמור מהנדס מטעם גופי הבינוי יגיע לכאן בדקות האחרות, שבבלינסון גם בשלב הזה נטפלים באותם היחסים האירוע הזה כאן.
כתב!
תומר. זה לא בית משפט, לא.
נסיב. יאללה, קובי. אני מנוע מלהגיד לך איפה הייתי אמור להיות עכשיו, אבל בכל מקום שהוא לא עושה. אל תכריח. זה בסדר? יגיע לפה קוואי להצהרה.
רגע, מי שהיה, זה לא קוואי קוואי?
לא, זה היה הממ"ז של המשטרה. מה?
חבר'ה, יש לנו את ראש העיר מאוד רוצים
איפה? בוא ניקח ראש העיר. ראש העיר. לא, הוא עושה פרסים.
כן.
תודה רבה. עוד אחורה.
I'm not going here or here. Maybe this
אולי להיות קטלני, אבל כמובן שם מטפל מהנדס או מהנדסת העיר בני ברק, מה שיש שם, מהנדסת שלנו בפועל אמונה על הצד הזה, זה החיים המורכבים שלנו בגוש דן, יש רחובות שהם בצד אחד רמת גן, בצד אחד בני ברק,
היה כאן מספר פצועים בדרגות פציעה שונות, ושאר הענקנו טיפול רפואי מציל חיים מיידי, ולאחר מכן כמו כאן יחידת החוסר שלי גם שם נפשית סיוע ושל מספר בקהילה.
אם היו פה יותר אנשים שחושבים בחוק אחד מאוד קטן.
כן, זה טילים יותר קצר. עד הראש
פציעות משטרה פה אמרת שיש חבלות בכל הגוף, פציעות כוללניות.
צילמתי אותו, דווקא איזה סינקים מישהו הזירה, מה אתה?
אבי, תקום את הבניקות העגלה, לא, את הבניקות. ירד שלא ירד. יש פה את הצומת, יש פה סוגיה.
אני לא יכול להגיד לה. חבר'ה, הצהרה של מפקד מחוז כמה. אני הדובר.
אז למה אתה לא יכול להגיד?
יש הצהרה של מפקד המחוז. להיכנס.
לא, הוא אמר, גם כי הוא באמת כאילו משהו הוא פירט, כאילו, הוא אמר בדיוק זה נשמע, אני קצת יותר מעניין. ראש העיר אמר יעש ככה מישהו מהם זה ליצור כאלה איפות מישהו מהם צורק לא שהוא אמר פגיעה ישירה לא אמר רגע מיירץ זה גם כאילו
צלמים בבקשה אחורה, תודה. כולם ללכת אחורה, כולם ללכת אחורה.
חבר'ה,
כולם ללכת אחורה.
כתבים בבקשה אחורה.
כן, שלום.
הוא יגיע עוד מטר אחורה, הוא יגיע אליך. אבל אנחנו נעשים את המובן. חבר'ה, קדימה אחורה. חברים, ביקשנו 20 מטר אחורה.
ככה.
עד הגדר, פרס לגדר מאחורי.
ענן, עד הגדר. אחורה עד הגדר. כולם אחורה לגדר.
חברים, אני מבין את
חבר'ה, ללכת עכשיו, לשמע להוראות ההורים. מה שהשוטרים אומרים
להקשיב להם, לא לחשוב חבר'ה בבקשה, תודה. גם חשבים, גם כולם.
תלכו בבקשה אחורה.
יאללה חבר'ה, עד המחסום. חברים בבקשה כולם ללכת אחורה למחסום. כולם אחורה למחסום.
זאת הפעם הראשונה שפגיעה החשמל הוא ניצב ותגיח את התמונות האלו גם ראינו מקודם ועדיין מכבים אותו. כאילו לא נכנסו רמי?
Stay in the shelter up to 10 minutes after the siren. That's the order from the Home Secretary.
אחורה, כולם אחורה, כולם אחורה.
לא עשינו בזה כלום, גם אתם אחורה. בואו איתי רגע, שוטרים. חבר'ה, בואו לפה. חבר'ה, אנחנו ביקשנו יפה, לכו אחורה למחסום לגדרות. בבקשה, אחורה כולם. זהו. מבקשים פעם אחת, עושים. אחורה, להתחיל את הדובר ששינינו לו את המיקום. אחורה. עוד.
הלאה חברים, עוד אחורה.
אתה לא רצית לראות? לא רוצים, זהו? למה? מה קרה את זה? וואו! דוד! וואו! זה! בוא רגע, בוא! הולך, קורא את הכבל, כאילו אני לא יודע לאן. למה אתה קורא את זה? ערב טוב, למה אתה קורא? אני שמע. אבל אני פה סתם, אני משעמם לי. אוקיי, מה אתה צריך? כן. לא, הם עושים לכם יום שם. רגע, לא. רגע. תשב את הטייטל לפני רגע.
פנים? סבבה. Panim?
Can you please tell us what we see?
Yeah, first of all, my name is Master Sergeant T. Nelson, the international spokesperson for the Israel Police. As you can see behind me, a short while ago, projectile impact landed right here in the city of Bnei Brak, a residential area with lots of civilians around us. We're talking about multiple impact sites right.
אנחנו מתחילים לרוץ סרטונים, אני לא יודע, כאילו, אמרתי לה, לא בדקתי לך. הוא לא יודע, אני מאמין לו שהוא לא יודע. שי! תביא את הבטר. יאללה, בוא נתקפל, איפה קובי?
הלו. בסדר, הקוד הוא 3322. נראה לי הוא בכלל לא ב... קובי
self-determination, territorial integrity, and international law are lost, and there's no meaning. So this is a grim milestone, and I'm here at the United Nations to say to member states, unless Putin fails, the wars of conquest will be back. Unless Putin fails, our faith in international law will never return. Unless Putin fails, all of our borders will not be safe. The Kremlin is now turning to Iran for ballistic missiles. It's turning to North Korea for foot soldiers. These are dangerous escalations that show, frankly, how desperate Putin has become. Today, I can announce that the UK is sanctioning Iran Air, sanctioning Islamic Republic of Iran shipping lines, and we are absolutely determined to exact the maximum pain for Russia's industrial complex. Its mercenary groups in Africa are subject to these, with links to the Kremlin, its shadow fleet, of course, we've gone after, and malicious cyber Russian gangs and Kremlin mouthpieces. And we will have more to say on that in the coming months. My message is very clear. We will counter Russian aggression at every turn. 1,000 days in, we still stand for Ukraine. 1,000 days in, we still stand for international order. 1,000 days in, we still stand for the principles which the United Nations was founded upon. And 1,000 days in, we're ready to face down this aggression. We've seen the wrecking just today that Russia is capable of on humanitarian catastrophes like Sudan. Let us ensure that they do not succeed in their tyranny in Ukraine.
I thank my friend Secretary Lamy for setting Russian aggression as a priority for the UK presidency. This global threat demands global response. When I departed for New York, Russia undertook one of the most massive air attacks against Ukraine. With my wife and children, we had a sleepless night, just like thousands of other Ukrainian families. About 90 drones and 120 missiles of all types across the country. Russia once again targeted civilians and energy infrastructure ahead of winter, intentionally. Such strikes are a constant, horrible reality in Ukraine. This time, Russian missiles targeted our nuclear energy system. In particular, transmission substations, which are part of our nuclear power plants. Such Russian strikes create unacceptable risks for our nuclear safety and security. This is a danger not only for Ukraine, but for the entire world. Russia's massive missile attack is a response to all those who called and visited Putin recently, to those who shook his hand, held telephone talks with him, asked him for peace. He only wants war, and he will only stop when we stop him and force him to accept a just peace. Tomorrow marks 1,000 days since Russia's full-scale invasion. In total, Russian aggression against Ukraine has already lasted more than 10 years. I would like to remind this. 1,000 days is a big number, and it shows how urgent it is to achieve a comprehensive, just, and long-lasting peace. It also shows the failure of existing international mechanisms and the need to update them. Russian aggression harms not only Ukraine, but many more countries and people. It caused a number of global crises in food, energy, security, and other areas affecting millions of people. Today, at the Security Council meeting, I will speak about the price of this war for Ukraine and the world. Price of this war. The terrible price we have already paid, and the price we will have to pay if wrong decisions are taken now. any cost, or rather at the cost of the UN Charter, will not work. We need real and just peace, and it can only be achieved through strength, not appeasement. Russia creates threats by consolidating military alliances with such rogue states as Iran and DPRK. In February 2022, many experts predicted Ukraine's quick collapse, and they were wrong. But none could have envisioned the presence of North Korean troops in Europe fighting against a European country. If not stopped, Russia will continue the proliferation of war. The Security Council must keep addressing the Russia crisis, including within the Council itself. I mean Russia's illegal occupation of the Soviet permanent seat. Ukraine's stance is clear and well-known: comprehensive, just, and lasting peace based on UN Charter. This is at the center of the peace formula. This war is much larger than Ukraine. It will define the future of European and global security, the future of international order based on international law. We must take the right steps and decisions. We must not repeat the mistakes of the past. Recently, President Zelensky presented the victory plan as a tool to enforce the peace formula. And we must take strong steps to compel Russia toward a just and lasting peace. This is the peace through strength concept, and our joint efforts will help stop the aggression and achieve such peace. This is the interest of all of us. Thank you. Thank you, my dear friend.
Minister. Ambassador, thank you. Sorry. Mr. Ministers and Mr. Secretary, Pamela Falk from U.S. News and World Report. How worried are you? You said that the attack this weekend was deplorable. How worried are both of you of the President-elect of the United States position, President-elect Trump on Ukraine?
Today, we are dealing with Russian aggression, civilian lives lost, energy supplies shut down, over 100 missiles, over 100 drones today. And that requires a response from Ukraine and its allies today. And that is what we will continue to do to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position, recognizing that we have winter months ahead, that Ukraine must get through those winter months, and recognizing that the international community has come together to pledge a lot of military equipment and money. It's important that that gets out the door and puts Ukraine in the strongest possible position in 2025. Now look, I've been coming to the United States for all of my adult life. That's over 30 years. I've studied in this country, I've worked in this country, and I know that there's a simple rule: one president at a time. And so we're dealing with President Biden, and we are committed to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position.
Mr. Lamy, with Mondo Weiss.
With your permission.
Sorry.
Thanks a lot for your question. You see, I will start with sharing with my memories. As I said, I started this trip together with all Ukrainian families, experiences the most intensive missile attack. And that's the daily reality for our Ukrainian families, for our children: sleepless night, sirenas. And that's why I felt really uncomfortable today morning here in New York without sirenas. And you see, keeping in mind that my people suffering, we must stop, and we must stop this aggression. To have a normal life, that's not a privilege. And I think that the world have enough power to stop this aggression. Speaking about future cooperation with the new administration, we see as a chance new opportunities to speed up the process of achievement of achievement long-lasting, just, comprehensive peace for Ukraine. We are confident in the support of USA. We are confident in bipartisan support, and we consider that this war is not about Ukraine. It's not, you see, a donation. It's a true contribution for the future security, global security, European security. We are fighting for our common values.
Mr. Ministers, Edith Lederer from the Associated Press. President Biden's administration has just authorized the use of longer-range missiles in Russia. Mr. Minister, what impact do you believe that can have on the war and on achieving the kind of peace that Ukraine wants? And Minister Lamu, is the United Kingdom going to follow suit and authorize similar use of its long-range missiles? Thank you.
Madam, thanks a lot for this so important question. So briefly, it could be a game changer. And the longer Ukraine can strike, the shorter the war will be. And our Ukraine's position has always been clear. We have a full right to strike military targets on the territory of Russia. It is our legitimate right, and it will save our lives of our civilians. It could have very positive impact on the situation on the battlefield.
Look, let me just say that I don't want to be drawn on the use of long-range missiles, and that is because it risks operational security, and it can only play into the hands of Putin, and I will do nothing to play into the hands of Putin. There are now 10,000 North Korean troops in Russia, linking the Indo-Pacific and the Euro-Atlantic. As we meet here in the UN, 1,000 days into this war, none of us would have considered such a transshipment of troops. This is a major, major escalation. And so I repeat what Prime Minister Starmer has said since coming to office. We must stand with Ukraine, put Ukraine in the strongest possible position, and that is what the United Kingdom will continue to do. And of course, we continue to work very, very closely with President Biden. That's why I was with Tony Blinken last week meeting in Brussels.
David Kattenberg with Mondo Weiss. Russia.
Universal question. I know it. What? You're right.
the actual death toll is likely much higher. The past several months have seen a significant increase in civilian casualties. October and November saw some of the most intense and large-scale missile and drone attacks of the war. Over the weekend, Russia launched one of its largest combined strikes, reportedly involving 120 missiles and 90 drones and targeting energy infrastructure in all Ukrainian regions, which resulted in severe damage and casualties. Last night, there were also media reports that Ukrainian forces would be given authorization to use long-range weapons supplied by partners for strikes within Russia. I want to be clear. All parties must ensure the safety and protection of civilians regardless of their location. Across Ukraine, residential areas have increasingly come under attack. The people of Kiev are again being forced to take shelter from nightly drone and missile barrages. Critical civilian and energy infrastructure in Ukraine are systematically targeted and decimated, depriving many Ukrainians of access to basic needs. At least 580 medical facilities have been damaged or destroyed, with many first responders and medical personnel killed and injured. And at least 1,358 educational facilities have been damaged or destroyed. Ukraine has now become one of the world's most heavily mined places, with almost 1/4 of its territory contaminated with mines, an area 4 times the size of Switzerland. The environmental degradation caused by the war, including from the destruction of critical infrastructure, such as the Kakhovka Dam, has resulted in long-term consequences for local ecosystems as well as Ukraine's agriculture. Millions of traumatized people are dependent on life-saving humanitarian aid. Nearly 4 million remain internally displaced, and more than 6.8 million have fled the country. And in every conflict, women are disproportionately impacted by the economic and social consequences of the war. An entire generation of children is being deprived of proper education as attacks have driven schools online or underground in shelters. Meanwhile, human rights continue to be systematically violated. Mr. President, the Black Sea remains a flashpoint. Renewed Russian attacks on civilian vessels and port infrastructure, particularly in Odessa, are once again exacerbating global food security. I am determined to continue my engagement with all concerned to support the freedom and safety of navigation in the Black Sea. Mr. President, the targeted devastation of Ukraine's energy infrastructure may make the coming winter the harshest since the start of the war. It is not difficult to imagine how daily and prolonged power cuts aggravate living conditions, acutely affecting the more than 2 million people whose homes have been damaged or destroyed and those near the front lines. The UN remains fully mobilized to support Ukraine's reconstruction and recovery efforts. This includes critical support to enhance the resilience of the country's energy infrastructure. Our immediate focus is on the winter response plan, but without required resources, the most vulnerable will lack sufficient protection. Unimpeded humanitarian access is essential to reach some 1.5 million people in regions of Ukraine occupied by the Russian Federation. Those areas remain beyond our reach. At the same time, the operating environment for humanitarian actors has become more dangerous. This year so far, at least 9 humanitarian workers have been killed in the line of duty and more than 35 injured. This is unacceptable. Despite the international community's grave concerns, the risk of nuclear incident remains all too real, as military activities power plant in Zaporizhia and other sensitive locations in the conflict zone. The consequences of such an event would be catastrophic and should make us all shudder. It is imperative for all responsibly to ensure nuclear safety and security. Mr. President, the recent reported deployment of thousands of troops from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea to the conflict zone and their involvement in the fighting is alarming. This would add fuel to the fire, further escalating and internationalizing this explosive conflict. There is little doubt that this war at the heart of Europe is a conflict with global implications. It undermines regional stability and deepens geopolitical divisions. It must end. Reversing the current dangerous path will require concerted diplomatic efforts and political will. It is high time for a just peace in line with the UN Charter, international law, and General Assembly resolutions. We stand ready to use our good offices and to make available the tools and experience of the United Nations in full support of all meaningful efforts toward a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Ms. DiCarlo for her briefing, and I shall now make a statement in my capacity as Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs of the United Kingdom. Thank you, Rosemary, again for your briefing. And thank you again, Andre, for joining us this afternoon. Here in this Council, 1,000 days into Putin's full-scale invasion, the UK is keeping the spotlight on Ukraine, not just for the security of the Ukrainian people or just for Europe's security, but for something much more fundamental, which every UN member should care about: the right to be a sovereign, independent country, free to choose its future, protect its borders, and stand up to aggression. Everyone on this Council should be familiar from the climate crisis with the concept of tipping points, the critical moment after which changes are irreversible. These exist in geopolitics as they do in science. And unless Putin fails, I believe we face one over Ukraine. Unless Putin fails, we could plunge into a world where the principles enshrined in the UN Charter will have lost their meaning. Unless Putin fails, others will be inspired to wage imperialist wars of conquest. Unless Putin fails, our faith in international law may never return. And unless Putin fails, each of our borders will be less safe. If anyone doubted Putin's intent this weekend's massive missile attack on Ukraine and its energy infrastructure should serve as a reminder. Putin wants to plunge Ukraine into darkness. For years, the Kremlin has tried to bully Ukraine into submission. Russian missiles have struck hospitals and grain ships destined for Africa. Russian troops have raped and tortured Ukrainian prisoners, and Russian police have abducted Ukrainian children for indoctrination in Russia. Like a desperate gambler, Putin has got all in on this illegal war. Putin has lost so many soldiers, 1,000 days into a war he thought he would win in days. He's now turning to North Korea for reinforcements and to Iran for ballistic missiles. These actions must be met with a firm response, and that's why today I can announce fresh sanctions on Iran Air and Islamic Republic of Iran shipping lines, a direct response to Iran's ballistic missile deliveries to Russia. We are using the full force of our sanctions to constrain the Kremlin's illegal actions, from their shadow fleet of oil tankers to suppliers to their war machine, from shady kleptocrats to mercenaries, destabilizing the continent of Africa. And we are stepping up our support to put Putin in a position of strength with a new loan backed by profits from sanctioned Russian assets, part of a new G7 package of $50 billion in assistance, and a commitment to £3 billion in military aid for as long as it takes. Let me be crystal clear. There is no equivalence, no comparison, no parallel between those reckless states who support Russia's illegal aggression and those who stand with Ukraine in defense of its sovereignty. Council, the Kremlin wants to plunge Ukraine into darkness, but we must stand for the light of its freedom. Ukraine and its partners want peace in line with the UN Charter that brings us together today. But we know that Putin only responds to strength. To have a lasting peace, lasting security, we've got to stand as strong, as united, as patient, as determined as the Ukrainian people. And so I say that my message to Vladimir Putin is simple. We will never let up on countering Russian aggression at every turn. 1,000 days in, we stand for Ukraine. 1,000 days in, we still stand for international order. 1,000 days in, we still stand for the principles which the United Nations was founded upon. And 1,000 days in, we're ready to face down your aggression as the day you started this senseless war. I resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to
the 1,000th day of this war. Words fail us in the face of the suffering in your country. Through you, my dear colleague, I extend my thoughts to the Ukrainian people. Over the last 1,000 days, more than 10,000 civilians have been killed and more than 20,000 wounded, not to mention the immense losses among the soldiers. Behind these soulless figures are men, women and children. What a tragedy.
Nous sommes profondément préoccupés par les attaques massives contre les infrastructures énergétiques des derniers jours. Un danger majeur pour la population à l'approche de l'hiver. La Suisse appelle encore et encore au respect du droit international, au respect du droit international humanitaire. Excellences, chers collègues, depuis 1000 jours, tous ces appels à la paix sont restés vains. Cette guerre est un facteur de déstabilisation internationale majeure. Déstabilisation sur le plan de la sécurité internationale avec la menace nucléaire. Déstabilisation sur le plan de la sécurité alimentaire et de l'approvisionnement énergétique. Déstabilisation du respect des droits fondamentaux. Et enfin, déstabilisation du multilatéralisme. Le risque d'extension de cette guerre est alarmant. Je me réfère ici au rapport faisant état de la présence militaire de la République démocratique de Corée en Russie. Ces derniers développements sur le champ de bataille mettent en lumière toute l'insoutenabilité de cette guerre pour nous tous. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, il est temps que la Russie mette fin à sa guerre contre l'Ukraine, lancée en violation de la Charte des Nations Unies. Après 1000 jours de guerre, les armes doivent se taire. Il est temps de trouver une solution diplomatique. La souveraineté et l'intégrité territoriale de l'Ukraine à l'intérieur de ses frontières internationalement reconnues doivent être respectées. Il y a 5 mois, nous étions réunis en Suisse, au buildup, pour parler pour la première fois au plus haut niveau de paix en Ukraine.
Depuis, nous
Since
avons
then,
poursuivi
we
ces
have
efforts
continued these
sans
efforts
relâche
relentlessly,
et nous continuerons à le
and we
faire
will continue to do so
jusqu'à une solution
until such
diplomatique.
time as a diplomatic solution is found.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President,
faire la paix demande du courage.
making peace takes
Je l'ai rappelé
courage,
devant ce
as
Conseil
I
en
reminded
septembre
this
dernier.
Council last September.
Faire la paix
Making
demande aussi
peace
de l'énergie.
also requires energy.
L'énergie de
The
poursuivre
energy
la voie
to pursue
diplomatique
the
malgré la
diplomatic
fatigue,
path despite
malgré la
fatigue
frustration,
and despite
en
frustration,
particulier des hommes et des femmes.
Of a third winter of war.
Le courage d'impliquer
The
toutes les
courage to
parties dans ce
involve all
dialogue,
parties in
y
this
compris la
dialogue,
Russie.
including Russia.
L'énergie d'appeler
The
encore et
energy to
encore
call
à
again
l'application
and
de la
again
Charte des Nations
for the
Unies
application
ainsi qu'au
of,
Genève
as well as respect for
et
the
l'énergie d'être à
Geneva
la hauteur de
Conventions
notre
and
humanité.
the energy to live up to our humanity.
La Suisse soutiendra toutes
Switzerland
les
will
initiatives et
support
efforts de
all
paix,
peace initiatives
de paix
and
fondés
efforts
sur les principes
that are
de la
based
Charte
on the
de l'homme.
principles of the UN Charter.
Conscients des enseignements de notre histoire
Aware of
commune,
the lessons of our
nous sommes
shared
prêts à
history,
assumer nos
we are ready to
responsabilités
assume our responsibilities
pour le peuple
for the
ukrainien,
Ukrainian
certainement,
people, certainly,
mais aussi pour
but
notre
also
continent
for
européen
our European continent
et pour le monde
and
entier.
for the entire world.
Nous espérons tous
We
et
all
toutes
aspire,
à la paix
each
et à
and
la
every one of us,
stabilité.
to
Je vous
peace
en
and
remercie.
stability. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Cassis for his statement, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Miss Linda Thomas Greenfield, Permanent Representative and Member of President Biden's Cabinet.
Thank you very much, Foreign Minister Lamy, for bringing us together and chairing this important meeting. I thank Undersecretary General DiCarlo for sharing the Secretary General's statement and sobering briefing. I welcome the participation of Ukraine's Foreign Minister in this meeting today. 1,000 days ago, February 24th, 2022, Russia launched its brutal and unprovoked full-scale invasion of Ukraine. President Putin believed it would be a quick victory. Ukrainians would succumb, wave the white flag of defeat, and yet the Russian military failed to conquer Ukraine in its existence as an independent country or absorb it into Russia. When he couldn't break the Ukrainian military, Putin ramped up efforts to break the Ukrainian people, killing tens of thousands of Ukrainian men, women, and children, uprooting millions of families from their homes, bombing out thousands of schools and hospitals, energy infrastructure and food storage, abducting thousands of Ukrainian children and relocating them into Russia. And yet, for 1,000 days, the people of Ukraine have not broken or bent. But while today is an important marker, there's nothing special about this somber occasion. Winter is approaching, and Russia's relentless attacks have devastated critical infrastructure, leaving millions of homes without light, heat, and water. Russia's seizure and militarization of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant puts all of Europe on the edge of nuclear catastrophe. Every day, Ukrainian families live in fear of Russian war crimes. To date, troops have committed some 147,000 of them. And every night, Ukrainian families live in fear of Russian aerial strikes, which continue to pound the country. It is clear that Russia has no regard for Ukrainian life, but it's also clear that Russia has no regard for Russian life. You saw Russia just this morning veto a resolution on Sudan that would have facilitated humanitarian assistance. You heard them declare their support for the Palestinian people. But you, as I know this is just hypocrisy at its best and lies that they are concerned at the worst. Hundreds of thousands of Russians have died fighting this cruel and callous war. And 1,000 days since it began, the carnage has only accelerated. Russia is absorbing more than 1,200 casualties a day, more than at any other time during the war. And so, in its desperation, the Kremlin has turned to the DPRK, first for arms and now for manpower. At least 10,000 soldiers, sent first to eastern Russia and now to the far western Kursk oblasts bordering Ukraine, have begun engaging in combat operations with Russian forces. It is a move without modern precedent. Not in over 100 years has Russia welcomed foreign troops onto its soil. And it's one in blatant violation of UN Security Council Resolution 1718, 1874, 2270, resolutions Russia agreed to only a few years ago. It's not just the DPRK Russia has looked to for help. Putin also acquired hundreds of UAVs from Iran, flagrantly violating Security Council Resolution 2231. All the while, Russia has disregarded its chemical weapons convention obligations and stated publicly it will supply captured weapons to non-state actors, including state sponsors of terrorism. Colleagues, these are the actions of a rogue state. And so rather than try and justify the unjustifiable, Russia simply lies. 1,001 days ago, Russia's representative told us to our face there would be no invasion. As the world watched live broadcasts of Russian forces and tanks crossing into Ukrainian territory and Russian missiles raining down on Kyiv, he continued to insist in this council there was nothing to see here. The lies continued. We were told that no North Koreans were deploying through Russia. Now North Koreans are fighting on Russia's front lines under the command of the Russian military. All the while, this chamber has been flooded with slurs and baseless accusations against Ukraine's democratically elected leaders, along with specious arguments about how Ukraine's sovereign right to choose its own path and partners somehow threaten Russia's so-called legitimate interests or legitimate security concerns. Of course, the UN Charter is very clear. No country, quote unquote, security concerns, legitimate or otherwise, give it the right to dictate another country's policies, let alone invade and annex another country's territory. All of this comes down to the fact that Putin has simply never accepted that Ukraine, a fellow UN member state, has the same rights to sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity. Indeed, he has gone on the record multiple times saying, quote, Ukraine is not even a state, unquote. Perhaps it's why Putin so underestimated the resolve of the Ukrainian people, how bravely and effectively they have been able to defend their homeland, their democratically elected government, their culture and way of life for 1,000 days. As Ukrainians continue the fight against imperialist invasion and might makes right ideology, the United States stands with them. And let me be clear, when this war ends, a sovereign, independent, democratic Ukraine will be in control of its internationally recognized territory and continue on the path to joining Euro-Atlantic institutions like NATO. Until then, and at the direction of the President, the United States will continue to surge security assistance to Ukraine, including artillery, air defense, armored vehicles, and other needed capabilities and munitions. And we will announce additional security assistance for Ukraine in the days to come. Because ultimately, supporting Ukraine in Congress and beyond it cannot be and should not be a partisan issue. Standing up for democracy and human rights is above petty politics and outlasts any one leader or term. There's much talk about peace in Ukraine. Believe me, we would love nothing more than to see the people of Ukraine experience the safety and security they so deserve. But a peace that is not just is not peace. A peace that is not sustainable is not peace. And a peace that is not Ukraine-led is not a true peace. And so I call on all UN member states to support Ukraine's formula for a just and lasting peace, one that fully respects Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and holds Russia to account for its crimes and violations of the UN Charter. I again call on another permanent member of this council, China, to stop stoking war on the European continent, to end enabling Russia's war effort, to cease providing dual-use goods to Russia, and to quit parroting Russian talking points to justify this war, because there is no justification. Most of all, I call on Russia to end its aggression against Ukraine and now. In the support to countries like Iran and the DPRK, support that everywhere from the Middle East to the Indo-Pacific, in the assault on food security around the world, and especially in the Sahel, where millions of hungry people rely on the Black Sea Grain Initiative for sustenance. Suffering of Ukrainian and Russian people who have endured the unimaginable for 1,000 days. Let this misery, this madness, not continue, not one day more. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I thank Her Excellency, Ms. Thomas Greenfield, for her excellent statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Fuji Hisayuki, State Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Secretary Lamy for organizing this meeting. I would also like to thank USG DiCarlo for her comprehensive briefing. It has been 1,000 days since Russia began its aggression against the sovereign nation of Ukraine. To the people of Ukraine who have been defending their country for these 1,000 days, we express our deepest respect and unwavering solidarity. Last Saturday, Minister for Foreign Affairs Iwaya visited Ukraine and directly expressed to Minister Shibiha Japan's intention to cooperate with Ukraine to achieve a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, and stated that our steadfast commitment to stand with Ukraine remained unchanged. Mr. President, we are appalled by the massive and widespread missile barrage on Ukraine over the past week, which caused the casualties of innocent civilians. We will continue to condemn in the strongest terms Russia's illegal aggression, which has caused unimaginable human rights violations and abuses in the territory of Ukraine, in addition to the ongoing brutal attacks destroying critical civilian infrastructure. We repeat, Russia must immediately cease this aggression, withdraw from Ukraine, and respect Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. Mr. President, Russia continues its aggression against Ukraine with not only its own arsenal, but also weapons supplied by North Korea, violating the relevant Security Council resolutions which Russia had itself agreed upon. There is clear evidence, and subterfuge should never be tolerated in this chamber. The situation now enters another dimension as North Korea's soldiers have been dispatched to Russia and they are now engaged in combat against Ukraine. Such involvement in Russia's unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine constitutes a clear violation of international law, including the UN Charter. North Korea's direct support for Russia in this regard has serious potential consequences for European and Indo-Pacific peace and security. Ukraine today may be East Asia tomorrow. We condemn in the strongest terms this unlawful, unjustified, and unacceptable military cooperation between Russia and North Korea. We also reiterate our deep concern about military cooperation between Iran and Russia. The international community must refrain from supporting Russia's aggression directly or indirectly. Mr. President, the importance of diplomacy and dialogue for peace is indisputable. However, it should be crystal clear that Ukraine is not the one who is waging this war. Ukraine was forced to fight to defend itself. It is Russia that launched an unprovoked war of aggression. Once Russia stops its aggression and withdraws to the internationally recognized border, it will end immediately. What is needed now is not a call for peace that ignores Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, nor a demand for both sides to be escalated in an equal manner, which only rewards the aggressor. The question is whether to uphold or disregard the principles of the UN Charter. It cannot be clearer who violates the Charter. We must uphold the international order based on the rule of law and never tolerate violation of international law. Japan will continue its diplomatic efforts together with Ukraine and the international community to achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine based on the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. Mr. President, Japan is committed to and will continue its long-term efforts to rebuild the lives of the Ukrainian people and the entire country. We have already pledged over $12 billion in support of Ukraine in the areas of humanitarian assistance, recovery, reconstruction, and finance, which are steadily being implemented. We will continue to provide support, including in the areas of energy supplies and landmine removal. To conclude, Mr. President, we emphasize that any unilateral attempt to change the status quo by force is unacceptable anywhere in the world. Japan stands firmly with Ukraine until peace and justice prevail. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Fuji for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Marko Stucin, Deputy Minister for Foreign and European Affairs of Slovenia.
Thank you very much, Minister, for organizing this briefing. I would also like to thank Under-Secretary General Di Carlo, delivering the statement on behalf of UN Secretary General. And I would also like to warmly welcome Ukrainian Foreign Minister Sibiha at this meeting. Tomorrow will mark 1,000 days of war in Ukraine, 1,000 days of death, destruction, and displacement, but also 1,000 days of inaction of this very council. I have just returned from Kiev, and while being humbled by Ukraine's perseverance and determination, I'm also deeply disturbed by the dire situation that the civilian population is facing as the country enters the third winter of this war of aggression. Just in terms of the toll on human lives, these 1,000 days have been catastrophic. Last week, I have also visited Bucha, one of many sites where mass graves were found in the first months of the war in Ukraine. In just one of them, 508 Ukrainians are buried, and the bloodshed continues. It is estimated that in the first half of this year, 3 times as many people died in Ukraine as there were born. The number of civilian casualties is at its highest in the last 2 years. This gloomy picture is only about to get worse. Just yesterday, Russia launched its largest aerial attack on Ukraine in months, hitting energy infrastructure across the country with more than 200 drones and missiles. Continuous against energy infrastructure are not just military tactics. They are, first and foremost, attacks on civilians, taking away their lives, cutting off their heating, breaking their spirits. These attacks are a despicable violation of international humanitarian law. Mr. President, for 1,000 days we have been discussing the casualties of the war, and each time our deliberations were followed by silence and impunity. With each day of inaction by this Council, the integrity of international law, including the Charter, was diminished. A lot is at stake with this war. It is more important than ever that the Council members condemn aggression, that we demand respect for international humanitarian and human rights law, and that we make it clear to the perpetrators of war crimes that they will not get away with it and will be held accountable. A single day of war is one too many. There are no words to describe how tormenting 1,000 days of war are. We need a just and lasting peace as soon as possible. A peace that would not come at the expense of the fundamentals of international law, a peace that will be based on UN Charter and its key principles, safeguarding Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. Ukraine, as the country under attack, must of course agree with any such peace plan. This is the only way to stop this war, and this war must stop. Until then, Slovenia will support Ukraine every step of the way. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Stucin for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President.
أود بداية
At the outset,
أن أتقدم بالشكر
I would like to thank Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo for her valuable briefing.
يأتي اجتماعنا
We are
هذا
holding today's
والأوضاع في
meeting as the
أوكرانيا
situation in
لا تزال
Ukraine
محل
continues to be
قلق
a
عميق
cause for grave
إن
concern,
الحرب لا
where
تزال
the war
تحصد
continues to
الأرواح
claim
البشرية
the
البريئة
lives of innocent
وتدفع
civilians.
أعدادا كبيرة
It has
من
displaced a large
المدنيين على
number of
الفرار
civilians
بحثا
who are now in
عن
search
ملاذ آمن
for a
حيث
safe
أدى هذا
refuge.
الصدام بين
This
الطرفين
clash
الأوكراني
between
والروسي إلى
Ukraine and
مأساة
Russia has
إنسانية
led to a humanitarian tragedy.
كما أن هذه الحرب
التي طال أمدها خلفت ولا تزال خسائر مادية فادحة ودمارا هائلا في البنى التحتية. والذي يثير قلقنا أيضا هو أننا نكاد نكون سلمنا بحتمية الأمر في ظل غياب أي تغير في الأوضاع على الميدان، وبالرغم من تعدد المبادرات الفردية منها والدولية لتقريب المواقف ووجهات النظر. منطق التصعيد والمواجهة وكذا منطق الاستقطاب الذي لا زال يهيمن على الأطراف المعنية لا يمكن أن يؤدي بنا إلى مخرج لهذا الوضع المتأزم، مثلما سبقت وأن حذرت الجزائر في عدة مناسبات. كما لا تزال بلادي تدعو إلى مواصلة الجهود لإعلاء صوت الحوار ضد لغة السلام والحرب، إيمانا منا أن الحل لا يمكن أن تتجلى مظاهره إلا من خلال الحوار والطرق السلمية، حيث أن هذا الحوار يكون مبنيا على 3 نقاط هي: أولا ضرورة وقف الأعمال العدائية وحماية المدنيين. ثانيا الانصياع إلى مبادئ ومقاصد ميثاق الأمم المتحدة وقواعد القانون الدولي التي نتفق كلنا على سموها وطابعها العادل. ثالثا معالجة الأسباب الجذرية للنزاع والأخذ بعين الاعتبار للانشغالات الأمنية لكل الأطراف. سيد الرئيس، أصبح من الضروري أن نعمل سويا لضمان حل دائم لهذا النزاع الذي لم تقتصر تداعياته على المنطقة فحسب بل توسعت لتثقل كاهل العالم بأكمله خاصة الدول النامية. ومن هذا المنطلق تظل الجزائر مستعدة للمشاركة البناءة to participate in a constructive manner in efforts to create a solid ground to facilitate dialogue among parties in order to strengthen consultations at all levels and with all parties and to support efforts to strengthen a permanent and just peace. Algeria remains ready to provide the necessary support to give precedence to the language of peace and security in the region. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Algeria for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo for our briefing. I welcome the participation of the ministers in this meeting, including His Excellency Mr. Andres Sibia, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, in this meeting. Sierra Leone remains deeply concerned about the escalating security and the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Ukraine, which has persisted for 1,000 days. In recent months, the conflict has escalated drastically, and the battlefield has expanded with intensified offensive operations by both Ukraine and the Russian Federation. With almost 2 years and 9 months of brutal conflict, Sierra Leone regrettably takes note of recent escalatory conducts of intensive large-scale drone attacks on Ukraine, and news reports that restrictions on the use of long-range missiles to strike targets inside Russian territory have been lifted. This follows recent intelligence and open-source reports that troops of the Democratic Republic, People's Republic of Korea, DPRK, are now engaged in combat in the Kursk region of the Russian Federation. The reports, if confirmed, mark a dangerous escalation of the conflict and have the potential to dramatically increase in scope with severe attendant risk and broader destabilizing impacts on regional and international peace and security. The inability of the Security Council to act further puts at risk its credibility and dependability to maintain and also address threats to international peace and security. Colleagues, given the regrettable, devastating impact of the conflict, let us remind ourselves of the worrying trend of civilian casualties for just the past 4 months. From the Human Rights Monitoring Mission to Ukraine reports of 9 August 2024,
Sierra Leone notes an alarming increase in civilian casualties since March this year, with July being the deadliest month, with at least 219 civilians killed and 1,018 injured. The number of civilian casualties, particularly in Ukraine for August, were similarly alarming, with at least 184 civilians killed and 856 injured. According to OCHA and OHCHR reports, intensified hostilities and attacks in September 2024 led to another alarming civilian casualty numbers, with at least 208 killed and 1,220 injured. We take note of reports from Ukraine of multiple attacks in October, targeting civilians and vital infrastructure, such as residential areas, markets, railways, and grain storage facilities, using guided area bombs, strike drones, and missiles. Additionally, the attacks have reportedly continued to target and damage numerous civilian facilities across Ukraine, including electricity and gas facilities, despite in winter. We note that to address the winter-specific needs, the humanitarian community launched the 2024 to 2025 Winter Response Plan, appealing for $492.1 million to support 1.8 million people with critical winter-related humanitarian assistance, as outlined in the 2024 Humanitarian Needs and Response Plan. This plan intends to support timely preparedness and response. Sierra Leone calls on the international community to support this plan. We have reiterated in this Council that the deliberate targeting of residential or civilian areas, civilian infrastructure, and essential services such as hospitals, schools, water and energy facilities are unacceptable and prohibited under international law. It poses a significant threat to the safety and well-being of the most vulnerable and protected populations, violating the basic tenets of humanity and the principles of international humanitarian law. Sierra Leone and protected objects. We call on all involved parties to take all necessary measures to avoid further civilian casualties and damage to critical infrastructure. Mr. President, in addition to the mounting humanitarian, OCHA has further indicated that humanitarian response efforts face growing challenges, including safety risks. 6 aid workers were killed or injured in July and August alone. It noted that in the first 9 months of 2024, the humanitarian community had provided at least one form of assistance to 7.2 million out of 8.5 million people targeted for support. This is despite the 2024 humanitarian appeal for Ukraine receiving less than half the requested $3.11 billion. Additional resources are critically needed to ensure much-needed assistance. The drastic escalation, alarming civilian casualty figures, and the devastating humanitarian consequences of the conflict on civilians, including the elderly, women and children in Ukraine, underscores the urgent need for the violence to end. All parties to the conflict must prioritize the protection of civilians and refrain from further escalation and pursuit of the option of winning the war on the battlefield at all costs. Dialogue and diplomacy should be the primary tools employed to pave the way for a peaceful resolution of the conflict. Mr. President, as Sierra Leone is deeply concerned about the seeming strategic approach to annexed territories, we take the opportunity to reiterate the UN Secretary General's instructive statement of 29 September 2022, in which he recalled that any annexation of a state's territory by another state resulting from the threat or use of force is a violation of the principles of the UN Charter and international law. We also recall Security Council Resolution 2202, reaffirming its full respect for the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. In a similar manner, we reaffirm the full respect for the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of the Russian Federation. Let me close by urging all parties to prioritize the protection of civilians and critical infrastructure, including hospitals, schools, and energy infrastructure, to ensure essential services for the well-being and stability of civilians. Peace is made not between friends, but between parties in a state of disagreement. Therefore, peace should be actively pursued and not be left to chance. Sierra Leone reiterates its call for meaningful steps to be taken towards the immediate cessation of the hostilities and for constructive and inclusive diplomatic efforts to achieve a just and lasting resolution of the conflict. In taking this important step, we further reiterate our call for the full respect for Ukraine's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, and for the legitimate concerns of all parties to be taken into account in order to find a political and diplomatic solution as envisaged in Article 33 of the UN Charter. The international community, including this Council, must remain steadfast in its commitment to supporting the pursuit of a just and sustainable peace. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Sierra Leone for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of China.
主席
President,
我感谢迪卡洛副秘书长的通
I
报。
thank USG DiCarlo for the briefing.
乌克兰危机延宕至
The
今
Ukraine
已有
crisis
1000天，
has been ongoing for
当前
1,000
局势的
days.
发展
The current
走到
situation
了十字路口，
at a crossroads
正处在关键时刻
and。a critical juncture indeed.
一方面，地
On the
面
one
战
hand,
事仍在
the
持续，
fighting on the ground is
人道危机
continuing,
日
the
益严重，
humanitarian crisis is
外溢影
worsening,
响
and the
不断
spillover
加剧。
effects are intensifying.
冲突双方仍未
Both
放下
parties to
依
the
靠武
conflict
力
are
战
yet
胜
to
对
give
方的
up
执
their
念，
obsession with winning
仍在
by
相互
force
不断发
and
动
keep
大规模
launching
袭击，
large-scale attacks against
进
each
入政
other,
程扩大
which
态
have
势。
been expanding in recent days.
另一方面，
On the other hand,
国际社会围绕乌
the
克兰危机的
international
讨论
community, in its
愈发
consideration
向
of the
谈
Ukraine
判聚
crisis,
焦，
has
向和
increasingly
平靠拢。
focused on settling through
从
negotiations
亚
and
洲、
pushing for peace.
非洲
From
到
Asia
欧
and
洲、
Africa to
美洲，
Europe and the Americas,
从南方、北
from
方
the south and the
到
north
东方、
to
西
the
方，
east and the west.
各国人民对和
The
平的期盼
aspiration for
越来
peace
越
from
强烈，
people around the globe
对和
is
平的
getting
呼声
stronger,
越来越响
and the
亮。
call for peace is
国际
getting
社会推
louder.
动实现和平的
The
条件
conditions for the
正在
international
逐
community
步
to
累
promote
积。
peace are gradually
今年
accumulating.
9月联大一般性辩
During
论
the
期
general
间，
debate of the
中
General
国、
Assembly
巴
last
西
September,
同阿尔及利
China
亚
and
等全球
Brazil,
南方
together
国
with
家举
Algeria
行
and
部
other
长级
global
会议，
South countries,
发
held
起
a
成立乌
ministerial
克兰危
meeting
机
and
和平之友
initiated
小
the
组，
establishment of the Group of Friends
共
of
同
Peace
呼吁
on the
遵守
Ukraine crisis,
战场不外溢、
jointly calling
战
for
事不升
compliance
级、
with the three
各方
principles
不
of
拱火三
no
原则，
spillover from the battlefield,
共
no
同发出
escalation of the
早
fighting,
日
and no
停火止
provocation
战
by any party,
支持政
and
治解
jointly
决的
sending a
有
strong
力信号
message。for early ceasefire and for a political settlement.
历史反复证明，
History has
军
proven
事手
time
段
and
带不来
again
持久和
that
平。
military means will not bring
任何
lasting
冲突的
peace,
终点
and that
都
all
将是
conflicts
谈判
will,
桌
in the
前。
final analysis and at the
我们再次
negotiating
呼吁冲
table,
突当
we
事方
once again call
展
on the
现
parties to the
政治
conflict
意愿，
to demonstrate
早
political
日开
will,
启和谈，
launch peace talks
相
as
向
soon
而
as
行，
possible, meet
停火
each
止
other
战。
halfway, stop
再次
fighting
呼吁
and
国际
achieve
社会
ceasefire.
为此
We once
提
again
供
call on
支
the
持，
international
创
community
造
to provide
条件，
support and create
共
conditions
同
to
壮
this
大促
end,
进和平的努
and
力，
jointly scale up
形成
peace efforts
劝
to
和
form
促谈的
synergy
合力。
in promoting peace through negotiations.
主席，
President,
中方在乌克兰问题上的立
China's
场一以
position on
贯
the
之，
question of
坚
Ukraine
定
has
明
been
确。
consistent, firm,
我们
and
始终
clear.
站在和平
We
的一
have
边，
always been on
站
the
在对
side
话
of
一边。
peace and on the side of
自
dialogue.
危机爆发以来，
Since the
中方
outbreak
始终
of the
主张
crisis,
各
China has
国
always
主权、领
maintained
土完整
that the
都应
sovereignty
该
and
得到
territorial
尊重。
integrity of all countries should be
联合国宪
respected,
章的宗旨
that
和
the
原
purposes
则
and
都
principles
应该
of the
得到
UN
遵守，
Charter should be observed,
各国合理安
that the
全关切
reasonable
都应该
security
得到
concerns
重
of
视，
all countries should be
一
taken
切有利于
seriously,
和平解
and
决
that
危机的
all
努力
efforts
都
conducive
应
to the
该得
peaceful
到支
settlement
持。
of the crisis should be supported.
我们坚持对话谈
We have
判是
been
解决
loud
乌
and
克兰
clear
危机
in
的
that
唯一出
dialogue
路。
and negotiations are the
同俄
only
罗
path
斯、
towards
乌克
resolving the
兰等
Ukraine
有关各
crisis.
方
We have
均
maintained
保持接
communication
触、
and
交
exchanges
流，
with Russia,
积
Ukraine,
极
and
开展
other
穿梭
relevant
外交，
parties, actively
坚持
carried
不
out
懈
shuttle
劝和促谈，
diplomacy,
推
and
动
spared no
政治解
efforts
决。
in promoting peace
through negotiations
当前形势
and
下，
pushing for a
中
political
方愿同
settlement.
有关各
In the
方
current
进一
context,
步
China
加强
stands
沟通，
ready to further strengthen
为推动
communication
和
with the
平曙
relevant
光
parties
早日
and
到来，
continue our unremitting
乌克兰危
efforts
机
and
早日
constructive
政
role
治解决，
in promoting the early
继续做
arrival
出
of
不
the
懈
dawn
努
of
力，
peace
发
and the
挥
early political
建设性
settlement
作用。
of the Ukraine crisis.
主席，
President,
刚才美国代表在
just
发
now
言
in
中
his
再次
statement,
对中方
in
污
her
蔑抹
statement,
黑，
the U.S.
向中方
representative
甩锅
once
推
again
责。
slandered and smeared
我们
China,
对此
shifting the blame
坚
to
决反对。
China, which we firmly
在
oppose.
此前的会议上，
At
我
previous
已经就
meetings,
此做出
I have responded
多次做出
firmly
回应，
on many
今天
occasions.
我就不重复。
I will not repeat them
这
today.
里我只想简要的指出，
I just want to briefly
乌克
point
兰危
out
机的
here
爆发
that the outbreak And continuation of the war, of the crisis in Ukraine has a lot to do with the United States. Whether there can be an early ceasefire and a political settlement in the future will also depend to a considerable extent on the attitude and actions of the United States. We hope that the U.S. behavior will stand the judgment of future generations and the test of history. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Mozambique.
Mr. President, we wish to express our gratitude to Under-Secretary General Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo for having delivered a very important statement by the Secretary General on the Ukraine issue. As the conflict rages on, calls for dialogue and diplomacy continue to be overshadowed by the relentless drums of war. This conflict, pitting two sister and neighboring nations, one against the other, has pushed the very fabric of our international architecture for peace and security to its limits. Now, in a phase of a protracted attrition and exhaustion, the conflict has inflicted unimaginable suffering on the people of Ukraine, deepening global divisions and shaken the very foundations on which the United Nations has been built. Moreover, the conflict has widened rifts between nations, eroded trust in international cooperation, and introduced grave risks to an already fragile global order, including the looming specter of nuclear threat. The humanitarian toll has reached catastrophic proportions in Ukraine, compounded by the disregard for international law and international humanitarian law. In addition to this war has served as severely disrupted global food and energy supplies, destabilized economies, and exposed vulnerabilities of an already unfair and unequal international governance system. Mr. President, the Ukraine-Russia crisis represents possibly the sternest test to international peace and security in the 21st century, in an interconnected world where no nation is immune to the suffering of others. In its aftermath, the landscape of global diplomacy has been profoundly tested. The resurgence of Cold War era mindset and dynamics, the erosion of trust among major powers, and the growing dependence on military alliances underscore the severity of our shared predicament. We regret to note that this is totally in contrast with the spirit and understandings that led to the end of Cold War that we witnessed in the 90s, about 30 years ago. More leadership and vision based on peace, more commitment to our shared concept of collective security, more dialogue, more respect for the sanctity of treaties and less reliance on modern military doctrines could possibly have brought us to a different outcome, to a more peaceful and less dangerous world. It would have saved us from what an American scholar termed as the rise and fall of peace on earth. Mr. President, at the heart of Mozambique's position on this conflict lies our unwavering commitment to the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter and to our own Constitution that holds as paramount the primacy of peace and the settlement of disputes by peaceful means. We advocate diplomacy and negotiations in conflict resolution conducted in good faith. They should not be construed as a sign of weakness, but rather as the foundational pillars of peace. Our humble experience as a nation that was built on the stone of a liberation struggle has taught us that it takes courage to wage war, but it takes even greater courage to make peace. Mr. President, it is deeply regrettable that despite numerous scheduled and unscheduled sessions, debates and briefings, the Council has remained paralyzed, unable to overcome divisions and act decisively in the interests of peace and security in Ukraine and in the world. Mozambique urges Security Council members and all parties involved to prioritize unity and collective action in search for peace, security, and stability. We join the wider international community in calling for an immediate end to this conflict on the basis of the principles and ideals that led to the founding of the United Nations and that bring us together in this chamber. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Mozambique for their statements, and I give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the UK for convening this important meeting. I also extend my gratitude to U.S. Judy Carlo for her comprehensive briefing. I also welcome Ukraine Foreign Minister to this meeting. As we are nearing 1,000 days since the war on Ukraine started, it is simply deplorable that we continue to witness the loss of human lives, mass displacement, and destruction of critical infrastructure. The war is also shaking the international order. Indeed, the aggression of a permanent member of the Security Council against a neighboring sovereign state tramples the fundamental principles of the UN Charter: sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and refrain from the use of force. In addition, we see the global non-proliferation regime underpinned by the NPT precariously eroding. Since the war broke out, Russia, which led global efforts to establish the current non-proliferation regime, has heightened its nuclear rhetoric, suspended the New START Treaty, and de-ratified the CTBT. The ongoing war also represents a blatant violation of the Budapest Memorandum, in which Ukraine agreed to join the NPT as a non-nuclear weapon state in exchange for security assurances that have now been disregarded by a signatory state. The safety of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is also under threat. Furthermore, this unjustifiable war has been conducted in a cruel manner, involving wanton attacks on residential areas, schools, and hospitals, according to the recent UN reports. Mr. President, as the war continues on, its international repercussions have expanded both in magnitude and scope. Millions of refugees fled Ukraine into Europe. Global food, fuel, and fertilizer prices soared, particularly affecting the global south. Russia is even bringing in other countries to sustain its war machine. Among the various outside help for Russia, the most egregious form of abetting Russia's aggression on Ukraine has come from North Korea. The DPRK is estimated to have shipped about 20,000 containers to Russia since August of last year. This amount of giant shipping containers could carry as many as 9.4 million artillery shells. Yet no one knows how many more munitions will be on the way from the DPRK. Among the some 200 munitions factories in North Korea, those factories producing weapons shipped to Russia are now running at full capacity. Mr. President, now we clearly see yet another level of escalation. My government confirmed last Wednesday that North Korean troops dispatched to Russia have completed their deployment to the battlefield near the Kursk Oblast of Russia and are already engaged in combat operations. This is the first time since the Korean War North Korea is engaged in actual combat with massive troops, about 11,000 soldiers. Russia and the DPRK signed a new treaty, the so-called Comprehensive Strategic Partnership Treaty, last June during President Putin's visit to Pyongyang. This follows a 29-year-long hiatus since Russia renounced its 1961 Mutual Military Assistance Treaty with North Korea. We see a possible nexus between the ratification of this treaty and the North Korean soldiers' engagement in combat operations today. Contrary to Russia's claim that their military cooperation should not worry anyone, as it is not directed against third countries, it does concern everybody, as it clearly infringes upon the sovereignty and territorial integrity of a state, and it directly affects many other countries in both Europe and Northeast Asia. This demonstrates how the security of Europe is linked to that of East Asia. Dear colleagues, what is even more troubling is that this movement may only be the beginning. You may be surprised to learn that the DPRK has a larger amount of military troops, well over 1 million, than Russia. North Korea is a militarized garrison state. Men are required to serve in the military for 10 years, and women for 7 years. Their mandatory military service is more like enslavement, as the OHCHR's recent thematic report on DPRK's forced labor pointed out. Pyongyang has not disclosed the dispatch of its troops to Russia, to its own people. The DPRK soldiers to special sites to isolate and prevent them from spreading rumors. And these soldiers are even being issued fake IDs to disguise themselves as Russians, akin to mercenaries than regular state-level military intervention. Mr. President, we don't know exactly what kind of payoff the DPRK is actually receiving from Russia yet, but we are sure that Kim Jong-un will exploit Moscow's desperate position and obtain whatever Russia is willing to offer, fuel and energy, or high-end military technology for its nuclear and ballistic missile program. Against all these possibilities, the Republic of Korea will respond to this unlawful military cooperation, which threatens our national security, and will take corresponding measures commensurate to ensuing developments alongside our partners. Mr. President, as this war has dragged on for 1,000 days now, I would like to offer some points of reflection. As Korea has also experienced a long, brutal war. The Korean War from 1950 to 1953 saw even larger number of casualties during the armistice negotiations than during the preceding period war, as both sides fiercely fought to grab every inch of land before the armistice was signed. One of the major differences is that the battlefront of the Korean War during the armistice negotiations was more or less similar to the border of status quo antebellum. In contrast, in Ukraine, starting armistice negotiations now would mean dealing with a completely different battlefront from what it was at the outset of the war. In retrospect, with the crucial help of the free nations committed to UN Charter, the Republic of Korea was able to survive from the Korean War and now thrives with freedom and prosperity. This is why the Republic of Korea is helping Ukraine to survive from the invasion and then to revitalize, rebuild, and flourish. The Republic of Korea will continue to support all international efforts toward this goal and will continue its principled backing for Ukraine through its bilateral Ukraine Peace and Solidarity Initiative. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, President. I begin by thanking you for convening this high-level briefing. I also thank USG DiCarlo for her insightful and sobering remarks. I welcome the participation of the Ukrainian Foreign Minister to our meeting today. In 2 days, we will mark the 1000th day anniversary since the Russian Federation decided to start a war of aggression against its sovereign neighbor, Ukraine, in violation of the UN Charter. As we approach this grim milestone, Malta remains firm in its belief that this Council must ensure that international law is upheld at all times. Regrettably, Russia's actions on the ground and in this Council constitute a direct affront to the principles and values that unite us. The unrelenting attacks on Ukrainian civilian infrastructure, in particular on energy infrastructure, which has direct impacts on Ukraine's social and economic development and on preparations for the upcoming winter months, have to stop. This Council must reiterate, in no uncertain terms, its call on all parties to uphold IHL and the principles of distinction and proportionality. Malta also continues to call for full, safe and unfettered access for all humanitarian workers currently operating on the ground in Ukraine. Just last Saturday, the Russian Federation launched a massive missile and drone attack on Ukraine, targeting multiple targets with a focus on energy infrastructure. People were killed and injured, and the country suffered significant damage to its energy plants, which led to blackouts and countrywide restrictions. This was one of the largest attacks on Ukraine in recent months, with a clear intention to deplete Ukraine's energy production capacity ahead of the winter months. This news is coupled with the increased intensity of missile and drone attacks, which have picked up during recent months. Ukrainian civilians continue to suffer the brunt of this unjustified and unprovoked war. President, we again express our deep concern with regards to the transfer of weapons and ammunition from DPRK and Iran to the Russian Federation. These transfers prolong Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine and continue to deteriorate the humanitarian situation in the country. Some of these transfers violate UN Security Council resolutions. In addition, the deployment of troops from the DPRK on the front lines in Ukraine represents a dangerous escalation. The presence of foreign troops on the front lines broadens this war. It also directly endangers European as well as global peace and security. We call on all states to stop supporting and enabling this illegal war of aggression. President, we stress the need for full accountability for all crimes committed by Russia and Ukraine, and reaffirm our support to the ongoing work of the ICC, the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine, and the Register of Damage. We also further reiterate our support for the establishment of a special tribunal for the prosecution of the crime of aggression against Ukraine. This Council cannot lose sight of this war and the importance of striving towards setting the conditions for negotiations to secure peace. We need to focus on achieving a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine, in line with the UN Charter. We will support all efforts aimed at achieving such goals, providing that Ukraine is included at all steps during this process. We can never accept a world in which might is right, and therefore once again call upon the Russian Federation to immediately withdraw all its troops from the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine. Until that day comes, Ukraine has a right to defend itself under Article 51 of the UN Charter. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Malta for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Guyana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank USG DiCarlo for the update and welcome the participation of His Excellency Andriy Sybiha, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, in today's meeting. Mr. President, we meet today for yet another important meeting on the conflict in Ukraine. This time, on the eve of the 1,000th day since the war began. Guyana is deeply concerned that for every additional day of this war, innocent lives continue to be lost. We are alarmed by the recent escalations and reiterate our call for a peaceful end to this war. We also demand that the parties uphold their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law, and take constant care to spare civilians and civilian objects from harm. The war has taken a heavy toll on the civilian population, especially in Ukraine. Millions have been displaced and forced to live as refugees in foreign lands. Those unable to flee live in constant fear of losing their lives, loved ones, and livelihoods. It is time to put an end to the suffering, to the death and destruction being inflicted upon innocent civilians for over 3 years. Mr. President, in its latest situation report, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights documented at least 183 civilian deaths and 903 injured in Ukraine in October. OHCHR has also consistently documented cases of arbitrary detention, torture, summary executions, sexual violence, transfers and deportations of children, and forced conscription of protected persons. This Council has a duty and a responsibility to respond to what is taking place. We must continue to demand that the parties comply with their legal obligations and find a peaceful end to this war. We have the entire UN mechanism at our disposal, with eminently qualified and skilled experts in all fields. We must put the system to work for peace. While we work to find a way to end the conflict, civilian lives must be protected. We must do more to agree on practical measures to minimize civilian harm. We appreciate the important contribution that UN agencies, international NGOs, and local NGOs have made in responding to the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. We hope these positive efforts will continue and call for independent monitors, including OHCHR, to have regular detained persons. We further call for continued international support for the victims of this war, inclusive of medical, psychological, and legal support, with particular attention to children and survivors of sex. Guyana is encouraged by the momentum building in various capitals to advance peace initiatives and to ensure that children and prisoners of war are safely returned home. We remain hopeful that these initiatives will yield concrete results. Mr. President, it is without any doubt that the prolongation of this war poses increasingly grave risks and consequences for all concerned and for international peace and security. It has brought nothing but suffering and trauma for generations of Ukrainian and Russian citizens, not to mention its regional and international ramifications. Guyana reiterates its call for an immediate end to the hostilities. We also join the international community in reaffirming the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter and in calling for full respect for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. In this regard, we reiterate our call for the complete withdrawal of Russian military forces from the territory of Ukraine. Finally, we urge the parties to commit to a serious political and diplomatic process toward ending the conflict and the continued engagement of the United Nations, led by the Secretary General. We will continue to support all peace efforts. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Guyana for their statements, and I give the floor to the representative of France.
Mr. President, I thank Madame Di Carlo for her briefing. Tomorrow will mark 1,000 days since Russia launched its war against Ukraine, which is illegal, unjustifiable and brutal. 1,000 days since Russia decided to attack a sovereign state which did not threaten it, to annex territory in contempt for the United Nations Charter and its principles. For 1,000 days now, Russia has been leading this war of aggression by piling up violations of international humanitarian law and human rights law. It continues striking deliberately civilian population assets in Ukraine. With a human disaster that is getting worse, it continues to target energy infrastructure in the country, forcing the people of Ukraine to brave the cold of a third winter of war. It is imperiling global food security by striking port infrastructure and grain infrastructure, despite the efforts of France and its partners to enable the shipment of grain, Ukrainian grain, to civilian populations in Gaza, for example. Russia is using sexual violence as a weapon of war, and it does not shy away from forced transfers and deportations of Ukrainian children. Those responsible for these crimes must be held to account. For 1,000 days, Russia has insisted on prosecuting its war of aggression, despite the growing cost of its war effort. For this, it is prepared to hollow out the foundations of the global non-proliferation architecture, equipping itself with weapons, munitions, and ballistic missiles from Iran and North Korea, flouting statements of this council. The presence of North Korean soldiers on the Ukrainian front is another flagrant violation of international law and a serious escalation of the conflict. Mr. President, for 1,000 days, the people of Ukraine have been defending themselves with courage that deserves admiration. Since the first day of the war, France has chosen to stand alongside Ukraine. We provide Ukraine with the military and humanitarian support that it needs in order to fight for its independence and its territorial integrity. It must be free to choose its alliances and its future. The right of Ukraine to its legitimate defense includes the possibility of striking military targets involved in operations aimed at its territory in accordance with Article 51 of the Charter. Ukraine must be in a position to defend itself and to commit, when it so decides, to negotiations with a view to achieving just and lasting peace. There cannot be any viable peace if we allow the aggressor to impose its will by force. The fighting in Ukraine is a concern to all of us. It is an attack on the principles of the United Nations Charter, including sovereignty and territorial integrity. It is destabilizing the foundation of the international order of which we are the guarantors. It has been broadly condemned by the United Nations General Assembly. Allowing this war to achieve its goals is to risk to see everywhere the law of the jungle, the aggressive redrawing of borders, claims for spheres of influence in contempt for the sovereign equality of states. It is in no one's interest for such chaos to take hold. This is why we remain committed alongside Ukraine. We will continue to support the peace formula of President Zelensky, with regard to which France organized a conference on the nuclear safety and security in Paris on the 17th of October last. We will continue to work for a just and lasting peace in accordance with the resolutions that the General Assembly has adopted by a very broad majority. I thank you.
I thank the representative of France for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Gracias,
Thank you,
presidente.
President.
Agradezco a la
I would like
secretaria
to thank
general
Under Secretary
Junta Di
General
Carlo
Rosemary
por el
DiCarlo
informe que ha
for
presentado
the
a nombre
briefing
del
that
secretario
she
general
gave on behalf of the
Guterres.
Secretary
Saludo la
General
presencia
Guterres,
de altas
and I
autoridades
welcome
en
the
esta
presence
Cámara.
of high-level representatives here in
Millones
the
de
room.
personas continúan
Millions of
siendo
people
víctimas de
continue
este
to be
conflicto.
victims of this
No se
conflict.
detiene el
There
abandono
is no
forzado
end
de
to the
hogares
forced
por parte de
abandonment
miles
of
de
homes
familias.
by
Se
thousands of
multiplican
families.
cicatrices
Scars and
que
more
tardarán
scars
generaciones en sanar.
will take
La
generations
degradación
to heal.
ambiental es
The
todavía
environmental
inconmensurable.
damage
No
just
cesa
cannot be
la
measured.
devastación de
There is no
viviendas, de
end to
escuelas y
the
centros de
devastation
atención
of
médica,
housing,
así
schools and
como de
medical
infraestructuras
facilities, as
críticas,
well as critical infrastructure,
especialmente las del
particularly
sector
in the
energético.
energy sector.
La situación
The
humanitaria
humanitarian
pone
situation
en
is
riesgo a
endangering
millones de
millions of
personas,
people
lo que de cara al
who, as
invierno,
winter
produce
approaches,
desesperanza.
are in
Aumentan
despair.
las ofensivas y las olas de
Offensives and
ataques con
waves of
drones
drone and
y
missile
misiles
attacks
bajo el riesgo
run the
de
risk of
convertirse en
becoming
endémicas.
endemic.
Se intensifican las
There has
divisiones
been an
geopolíticas,
intensification of
afectando la
geopolitical
estabilidad
divisions,
global
affecting
y desafiando
global
los pilares
stability and
que
challenging
sostienen la
the
paz
pillars
y
that
seguridad
underpin
internacionales.
international peace and
Señor
security.
presidente,
Mr. President,
sobre estos enunciados podrían
speeches could be
elaborarse
given in
sendos
support
discursos
of each of
que
these
llevarían
assertions,
a
and
una
they would lead
conclusión
to an
indisputable.
indisputable
La Carta
conclusion.
de las Naciones
The
Unidas del
United
Derecho
Nations
Internacional
Charter,
y el Derecho
international
Internacional
law, and
Humanitario
international
siguen
humanitarian law continue
erosionándose
to
de
be
manera alarmante
eroded in
con
an
cada
alarming fashion
desarrollo de
with
esta
each
injustificable
development that
guerra.
we see in this
Como
unjustifiable
expresé
war.
en la sesión de
As
esta
I
mañana
stated in
sobre
the
la
meeting
guerra
this
en
morning
Medio
on
Oriente,
the war in the Middle
cada
East,
vida perdida
every
es
lost
irreparable y
life
especialmente
is
chocante cuando se
irreparable,
trata de
and it's
niños.
particularly shocking
Ya es
when we're talking
suficiente.
about children.
La
Enough is
violencia
enough.
debe cesar de
The
inmediato.
violence must cease
Señor
immediately.
presidente,
President,
colegas, las
colleagues,
partes están
the
obligadas a
parties
proteger a
are
la
obliged
población
to
civil y
protect the
respetar
civilian
plenamente
population and
el
fully
derecho
respect
internacional
international
humanitario.
humanitarian law.
La ayuda humanitaria
Humanitarian
debe llegar
assistance
sin
must be
obstáculos
able
a
to
quienes la
reach
necesitan,
its destination
incluyendo los
unhindered,
territorios ocupados.
including in the
Los
occupied
actores
territories.
humanitarios
Humanitarian
deben poder
workers must
operar
be
con
able to
seguridad y sin
operate safely
restricciones.
and without
No
restrictions.
podemos subestimar
We
los
cannot
riesgos que supone
underestimate
una
the
mayor
risks
escalada
posed by a
del
greater
conflicto y sus
escalation of the
implicaciones
conflict
para la
and
seguridad
its
internacional.
implications for international
Es crucial
security.
que las
It is
partes
crucial
encuentren
that the
caminos
parties
hacia la
find ways
desescalada
to
y eviten
de-escalate
cualquier
the
acción
situation and
que
avoid
pueda agravar
any
aún más
action being
la
taken that could
situación.
further
El
worsen the
respeto a
situation.
la soberanía,
With
la
regard
integridad
to the
territorial
sovereignty,
y la
territorial
independencia
integrity,
política de
and
los
political
estados no es
independence
negociable.
of states,
No
this is not
existe
negotiable.
disposición alguna en la
There is
Carta
no provision at
que
all in the
admita o
Charter that
legitime el
allows
uso o
or
la amenaza del uso de
legitimizes
la
the
fuerza
use or the
como
threat of
medio
use
para
of force
resolver
as a way
las
to
disputas entre las
resolve
naciones.
disputes between
A 1000
nations.
días de
It is
iniciada la
almost
agresión contra
1,000
Ucrania
days since
y
the
alrededor
aggression
de
began,
un
and around
centenar
about
de reuniones
100
formales
formal
sobre
meetings
la
have
guerra
been
en
held
Ucrania
on the war
se
in
conocen de
Ukraine,
manera meridiana
and we
las
know
posiciones planteadas.
exhaustively the
Lo que
positions that have been
corresponde
put
ahora al
forward.
Consejo
What the
es
Council now
debatir sobre
needs to
pasos
do is to
concretos,
debate
responsables y
concrete,
valientes
responsible and
que
brave steps
contribuyan
that will
a detener el
contribute to
conflicto,
putting an end to
así
the
como
conflict.
valorar
As well,
toda iniciativa de
and
buena
it
fe
also
que
needs to
favorezca
assess
este
all
propósito
good faith
compartido
initiatives
de la
which will
comunidad
work in favor of
internacional.
this shared purpose of the
Recordemos
international
que a
community.
pesar de las
Let us
divisiones
remember
existentes,
that
este
despite
órgano ya
existing
se mostró
divisions, this
unido
organ has
en la
shown
declaración
itself
de
to
la
be united
presidencia
in the
de
presidential
6 de
statement
mayo
of the
de
6th of May
2022 sobre Ucrania
2022 on
y
Ukraine,
reconoció
and recognized
que en virtud de la
that
Carta
pursuant to the
todos
Charter,
los
all
Estados
member
miembros se han
states have
comprometido a
committed
resolver
to
sus
resolving
controversias internacionales
international
por
disputes
medios
by peaceful
pacíficos.
means.
Señor presidente,
Mr. President,
en línea
in
con su
line
vocación de
with
paz,
our
el
vocation
Ecuador
for
promueve
peace,
la
Ecuador
solución
promotes
pacífica de
a
los
peaceful
conflictos
settlement to
a través del
conflicts
diálogo
through
y la
dialogue and
diplomacia.
diplomacy.
Y por tanto, reafirmo su compromiso de seguir trabajando para avanzar hacia soluciones que permitan alcanzar la paz en estricto respeto a los principios establecidos en la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, el derecho internacional, la territorial de Ucrania. Muchas gracias.
I thank the representative of Ecuador for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Господин председатель, Есть определенный символизм в том,
certain
что
symbolism in
именно
the
наши
fact that it
британские
was
коллеги,
our British colleagues
председательствующие в
presiding
Совете
over the
Безопасности,
Security Council
в
this month,
текущем месяце продавили
who
проведение
forced
сегодняшнего
through
заседания,
the
приурочив
meeting
его
today,
к 1000
timing
дням
it
с момента
to
перехода
coincide to
украинского
1,000-day
кризиса в
mark
горячую фазу.
since the Ukrainian crisis
Мы
reached a hot
получили,
phase.
еще раз получили
We
прекрасную
had
возможность
once again
убедиться,
an opportunity to
что
see
для вас и
that
ваших
for
коллег
you and your
это не
colleagues,
более чем броский
this is nothing more than
медиаповод
just a
для
good
шельмования
media
России,
opportunity to
навешивания
demonize
на
Russia,
нее
to place
тех
trite
затасканных ярлыков, которые
labels
предсказуемо
on it, the kinds of
изобиловали
labels that
выступления
your
западных членов Совета.
statements by
А в
Western
вашей
colleagues
стране,
predictably
Великобритании,
teamed with.
русофобия уже
And
давно,
in your
задолго до
country,
февраля
UK,
2022 года
Russophobia
была возведена в ранг государственной
has
политики.
long before 2022 made Russophobia a state policy.
Позвольте вам напомнить,
Please
что,
allow me
готовясь к
to
сегодняаему
remind you that
заседанию, вы
whilst
упустили
preparing to the
еще
meeting
один
today, you missed yet
медиаповод,
another
который имеет
media
гораздо более
opportunity,
важное
and it
значение в
has a
контексте
much
украинского
more
кризиса, чем выбранная вами дата.
importance in the context of the Ukrainian crisis than the date you chose.
Прошлую пятницу, 15
Last Friday, on the 15th of
исполнилось
November,
ровно
was exactly
950
950
дней
days
с
since
момента визита
the
бывшего главы
moment
правительства
the
Бориса Джонсона
former
в Киев.
Prime Minister of the UK, Boris Johnson, visited Kiev.
Когда он, как мы все сегодня
There,
достоверно
he,
знаем,
and we know
отговорил
that for a
главу
fact
киевского
now,
режима подписывать
dissuaded the head of the
парафированное
Kiev
в
regime
Стамбуле
from
мирное соглашение
signing
с
a
Россией,
Istanbul
которое
peace agreement with Russia, which had already been initialized. That would have stopped the hostilities. At the time, we were very close to it. And as a goodwill gesture, Russia even withdrew its troops from the north of Ukraine, in particular from areas near Kiev.
Иными словами,
In other
спустя
words,
50 дней
50
после начала
days
нашей
after
специальной военной
the
операции,
start of
когда
the special
потери в
military
рядах
operation, where
вооруженных
the
сил Украины
losses
были
among the
не такими
Ukrainian armed
существенными,
forces were not
военные действия
yet
имели все
that
шансы
significant. The
прекратиться, если бы
hostilities
не
had every
вмешательство
chance of
британского
ending if it
премьер-министра,
had been for the
убедившего
interference of the
Зеленского, что
British
ему
Prime
стоит
Minister,
продолжить
who
воевать, и
convinced
что с
Zelensky
помощью
that he
западного
should
оружия и
continue
поддержки
fighting, that he
он
would have
вполне
Western
может
support and
нанести России
weaponry, and he
стратегическое
will thus be
поражение,
able to inflict strategic defeat on
в
Russia.
котором британский премьер и его западные
the
подельники
British
как раз и
Prime
были заинтересованы.
Minister and his accomplices were very much interested in such defeat.
Чтобы как-то объяснить
And
подобный
so as to
поворот украинской
explain
мировой
this kind of
общественности,
shift
при
to the
непосредственном
Ukrainian
увлечении
public
британских
opinion, the
спецслужб
British
и СМИ была
special
состряпана
forces and
абсолютно
mass media
топорная
participated
провокация в
in
Буче,
staging a
когда
cruel
уже
provocation
после
in Bucha.
отхода российской армии
There, after
были
the Russian
свезены и
forces
разложены на
withdrawal,
улице трупы людей, происхождение и
people's
подлинную причину
corpses were
смерти
brought
которых
and arranged
так
on the streets
никто и не
there,
потрудился
and the
объяснить, несмотря на
origin, the
наши
real reason for
неоднократные
death,
запросы.
no one bothered to explain to us, despite the fact that we asked for it several times.
В общем, выходит
In
так,
other
что
words,
Великобритания
it
подтолкнула
turns
киевский режим
out
в
that the
сторону
UK
неминуемого
pushed the Kiev
разгрома,
regime towards its
спровоцировав его
inevitable
выбор в пользу
defeat,
продолжения конфронтации с
precipitating
Россией.
its choice for confrontation
Я
with
думаю, что
Russia
на
and
Украине долго
continuing.
не забудут
And I
того,
think
что
that
именно
Ukraine will
благодаря
long
этим
remember the
действиям вашей
fact that it's
страны
because of these
это
actions on the part of
государство
your
сегодня
country,
находится в
Ukraine
ужасающем
today is in
экономическом
a
состоянии,
terrible
потеряла
economic
большую
state,
часть
that it
своей армии и
lost
военной
most of its
техники,
army and
а также
material,
лишилась
and
как минимум
also
4
lost at least
регионов,
4 of
помимо
its
еще в
regions, in
2014
addition to
году
what was
вышедшего из
lost in
состава Украины.
2014 when Crimea left Ukraine.
Украинцы давно уже не хотят
Ukrainians
воевать.
have long
О том,
stopped
что
wanting
такое
to fight.
добровольцы,
What a
украинская
volunteer
армия уже
looks
года
like,
два
the
как
Ukrainian
забыли.
army has not known
И
for
киевский
2
режим,
years now.
закрыв
The Kiev
мужчинам выезд из
regime
страны, сегодня
banned
отлавливает уклонистов
mans
на улице,
leaving
в том
from
числе с
country,
применением
and they're
огнестрельного оружия,
catching those people who are evading the
и
draft on the
бросает их в
streets
бессмысленную
using
мясорубку практически без всякой
firearms.
подготовки.
And they're throwing these people into a senseless meat
Восточный
grinder.
фронт ВСУ в
The eastern
Донбассе
front
рушится
of
на
the
глазах.
Ukrainian
Вы
armed
прекрасно
forces in the
осведомлены
Donbass
о
is
темпах
collapsing.
продвижения российской
You know
армии.
very well what the
А
rate
режим
of the progress
Зеленского,
of our
пытаясь
army
сохранить
is,
поддержку
and the
Запада,
Zelensky
предпринял
regime is,
абсолютно
whilst
бессмысленную
trying
вылазку
to
в Курскую
keep
область
Western
и попытался
support,
захватить и
undertook a
заминировать
senseless
Курскую атомную
incursion into
электростанцию,
the
что
Kursk
стоило
Oblast,
ВСУ
tried to
несколько
capture
десятков тысяч
and
хорошо подготовленных
mine the
солдат.
Kursk NPP, and this resulted in the loss
Эта
of
авантюра
tens of
стала фатальной
thousands
ошибкой и лишь ускорила
troops.
неминуемое
This
грядущее
misadventure was a
поражение Украины
fatal
на поле боя, избежать которого ей
era and accelerated the Ukrainian defeat, and they will not be spared from that defeat no matter what kind of Western weaponry they're given. The initiators of the meeting today, as a matter of transparency, should have told us about the astronomical profits the UK received over the 3 years of military support to Ukraine. How, on the blood and tragedy of Ukrainians, your arms manufacturers became wealthy and your defense ministry used up its old material, which had to be disposed of in any event. And also, it would have been good if you had told us about the corruption accompanying this, and the scale of that corruption, something we can only guess. The Ukrainian mass media themselves are saying that after Donald Trump's election victory, there was a panic again amongst Ukrainian elite, and not because the United States can revise the assistance to Ukraine, but because the new administration would want to take a look at all of the monies that had been sent to Ukraine and conduct a full audit of the assistance already provided. This scenario, as being said by the Ukrainian experts, is far more frightening for Zelensky because a considerable share of assistance is stolen or pocketed by the expired Ukrainian president and his entourage. Taking into account that the amount of just military assistance by the UK since 2022 are in the amount of $9.7 billion. Given that, we can say that your contribution to the corruption in Ukraine was certainly made by your country as well. We'll probably not end up seeing any kind of an investigation by British authorities because in such cases, what is important in investigations is to make sure you don't end up accusing yourself. Mr. President, for those who know the history of the UK, the country, the history of your country, its long-term interference in Ukraine, which culminated in the actions I just mentioned. This has not been a revelation. Pitting neighbors against each other, sowing discord between peoples and countries, and then supporting one against each other is something the UK relished doing very well for centuries. All of your former colonies can tell about this in colorful detail. By the way, out of 193 UN member states, only 22 can boast that their territory has never been invaded by or fought with the Great Britain. And my country is not an exception here. Last such invasion was a British intervention following the revolution of 1917, when there were attempts to tear Russia apart by various predators and vultures. But we prevailed, we went through the hardship, grew stronger, and now are fighting another indirect intervention by the members of NATO who are fighting Russia in Ukraine, and this includes UK. This is how one views not only the continued pumping of the Kiev regime with weapons and intelligence, but also the presence of British instructors and mercenaries, hundreds of them already eliminated, and the attempts to bring to Ukraine by British specialists of UAV, missile, and sea drone manufacturing. We understand that the UK in the 21st century also finds it very difficult to leave Ukraine and Russia alone because the DNA of those colonizers who wreaked havoc in Asia, Africa, in Europe for centuries are very well in you. We know that the British Empire brutally put down the resistance of its colonies in hundreds of years, used forced assimilation, racial discrimination, forgetting about human values and the rights of people. The peaceful citizens of colonized countries paid with their life and freedom for the imperial ambitions. Suffice it to recall the ethnic cleansing in Ireland, where out of 1.5 million people, only 850,000 were left after the British conquest. During the Second World War, at the turn of the 20th century, it was the English who first invented concentration camps. They drove civilians there to make sure they wouldn't help the Boer army. How many people perished there? Nobody knows, because the British didn't count the indigenous people as human and didn't document their losses amongst the Africans. We do know, though, that in Kenya, after the Mau Mau rebellion, there were mass prosecutions. 300,000 people died, 1.5 million put into camps and made into slaves. And in India, where during the period of British colonialism was done enormous damage, a famine was engineered as a result of which 15 to 29 million people died. The consequences of the actions of the former colonizers is something that can be felt in the world today. And even though colonial empires are a thing of the past, the old methods, pressure, manipulation, interference, continue being used in new ways. Britain is not an exception here, it's rather a trendsetter. And today, through their phantom pains for the empire, over which the sun never used to set, longing for lost dominion, they're using together with their like-minded Franco-Saxon friends blackmail, sanctions, overthrows out of favor regimes through color revolutions, and one victim of such a revolution was Ukraine in 2014. And I'm saying all of this to show that there is no moral right to accuse or blame my country. It doesn't exist. When we set ourselves the goal of getting rid of the neo-nationalist and neo-Nazi hornet's nest in our borders, there's no such right until such time as the threat are not removed, until there's discrimination of Russian-speaking peoples because of their faith in history, until Ukraine continues whitewashing, glorifying Hitler's accomplices, until such time our special operation will continue, implemented in any event, diplomatically or militarily, regardless of whatever peace plans and schemes are being developed in the West in the interest of saving the entertainment actor Zelensky and his clique. And independently of the militarist agony of democratic administration, which has suffered a humiliating defeat in presidential election, lost the trust of most of its population, is now issuing, according to the mass media, suicidal permissions to Zelensky to use long-range weapons to strike inside Russia. Perhaps Joe Biden, for many reasons, has nothing left to lose, but we're astounded by the short-sightedness of the leadership of UK and France. They are eager to play into the hands of the exiting administration and are dragging not just their countries but the entire Europe into large-scale escalation with drastic consequences. And that is what our former Western countries should think very hard about. Also, those who start thinking about freezing the front lines need to think about freezing the front lines along the Minsk agreements rejected by Ukraine and its Western mentors. Don't waste your time. We no longer have any confidence in that. We will only accept the kind of decision which will remove the root causes of the crisis and will not allow it to happen again. As for defeating Russia on the battlefield, I suggest that you abandon this idea. Europe has tried this several times, and the outcome of each such attempt is well known to you. I thank you.
I note the statement from the representative of the Russian Federation. In my national capacity, I don't propose to dignify that statement with any kind of response, other than to note that it was a series of lies, misinformation, and deflection. I will allow Ukraine to speak for itself in terms of its own actions in this conflict. I now resume my function as President, and I give the floor to the representative of the United States who's asked for the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize for taking the floor, but I just need to respond very briefly to some comments that were made by the representative of the People's Republic of China. Let me just say very briefly that the U.S. will not ignore the support being given by China to Russia's military-industrial base. And we will continue, as I've said many times, to call out and condemn this support by China and others abetting Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, which, as we all know and shouldn't need to be reminded, is in blatant violation of the UN Charter. Countries cannot claim to support peace and Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity while taking actions that undercut both. And my last point, just to respond to my Chinese colleagues' comments that the U.S. will be judged badly by history for in some way instigating this war against Ukraine. On the contrary, it will be China through its no limits partnership with Russia as it carries out an illegal war of aggression against the Ukrainian people that will be judged by history and undoubtedly very badly. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for their statement. The representative of China has asked for the floor to make a further statement. I give them the floor.
谢谢主席。我
Thank you, President.
希望我的美国同事在发言前 最好先了解一下当前的形势。
Before speaking, my U.S. colleague
当前的形势是
first
什么？
get to
就是要求
understand
和
the
平
current
的呼声
situation. What is the current situation?
高过
That is, the call
叫
for
嚣
peace
战争的鼓
is
噪，
louder than the
推动团结
instigation
合
for
作的
war.
努力
The
高过
call
挑
for
动
unity
对立
and
对抗的图
cooperation
谋。
is louder than the instigation for
希望我的
division
美国同事
or
能够明白，
confrontation. I hope my U.S. colleague
刻意
will
地去
understand
扩大危
that
机，延长
deliberately
战争，
expanding crisis and
借机
prolonging the war
打压其他国家，
and using
推
the
进自
opportunity
身
to
的
suppress
地缘
other
战
countries
略，
and
这种图谋不会得
promote
逞。
one's geopolitical
谢谢主席。
interests. Such an attempt will not succeed. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for their statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Andriy Sybiha, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ukraine.
Thanks a lot. Mr. President, as well as my British colleague, I will not dignify the lie of Russian envoy, total lie. So, Mr. President, I would like to thank the UK presidency for convening this meeting and for its strong leadership. We do really appreciate. As we mark 1,000 days of Russia's full-scale invasion, let's not forget that Russian aggression against Ukraine has already lasted over 10 years. I departed for this meeting during one of the largest air attacks in months. Russia launched over 200 drones and missiles at peaceful Ukrainian cities. I spent a sleepless night with my family, with my kids, just like thousands of Ukrainian families. Russia struck critical civilian infrastructure once again, ordinary residential buildings, energy system, transmission substations of our nuclear power plants. This is a direct threat to nuclear safety and security. In some cities like Odessa and Sumy, many people are without power and heating. 10 people were killed in Odessa and 12 people, including 2 children in Sumy. Many more were injured. These strikes are Russia's response to everyone who recently called and visited Putin, asking him for peace. Putin wants war, not peace, and we must increase the price of the war for him. 1,000 days is a very big number. On one hand, it proves Ukrainian bravery in the face of brutal Russian aggression, as well as the support of our partners, for which we are grateful. On the other hand, this number proves the failure of the international community, including this esteemed Council, to stop wars of aggression and atrocities. We must be honest, international mechanisms have failed. They are not working. We need to create new tools. We need to be principled and united to restore respect for the UN Charter. Mr. President, 1,000 days of resistance to a total war is an enormous price to pay for a nation that simply wants to be free and live a normal life. Today, I will speak about the price of the war. The price we Ukrainians are paying, the price people around the world are paying, and the price the aggressor must pay. But most importantly, I will speak about the price of appeasement. In other words, what the world will have to pay if it chooses appeasement instead of just peace. The price the world will have to pay if world leaders choose weakness instead of strength. The goal of achieving a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace is urgent. Whatever the price of achieving is now, the price of further failures will be much, much higher. By launching its invasion, Russia harmed many more countries and people than only Ukraine. This invasion has worsened many global crises. Russia weaponizes food, energy, and other resources, affecting millions of people. Russia's naval blockade of Ukrainian ports led to food shortages and record high food prices. About 400 million people around the world rely on Ukrainian grain. Many of them were put at the risk of hunger. Russia is also weaponizing energy. and endangers people not only in Ukraine but also in other countries. This war was one of the primary factors that slowed global economic growth and increased inflation. Furthermore, such a blatant violation of international law caused a global security crisis. If Russian aggression succeeds, other aggressors will tempt to attack their neighbors and commit atrocities. Since the beginning of its aggression in 2014, Russia has violated about 400 international treaties. That's the reality. Defense spending around the world is rising and taking resources away from education, healthcare, tackling climate change and other important global issues. Mr. President, no one in the world pays a higher price for Russian aggression than the people of Ukraine. This is why they, and only they, must be the ones to define the terms of peace. Imagine what it's like to lose in 1 second your beautiful young wife and 3 children, aged 10 and 2 years, and just 2 months, because your home was struck by a Russian drone. This is what happened a few days ago to 34-year-old Maxim Kulik from Kryvyi Rih. This is the price of the war. This year, Russia intensified executions of Ukrainian prisoners of war. We are currently investigating 49 criminal cases involving the killing of 124 of them. According to UN, 95% of our prisoners of war faced torture in Russian captivity. This war are crimes against Ukrainian children. Russia stole every Ukrainian child's normal childhood. At least 659 children were killed by Russia since 2022, numbers that continue to rise. This is And let me be clear, for us in Ukraine, there is no difference where a child suffers. In Ukraine, the Middle East, Africa, Asia, Latin America, or other regions, no child in the world deserves to suffer from the war. Widespread crimes and human rights violations are being committed right now against millions of Ukrainians who remain in the occupied territories. The forcible deportation of at least 20,000 Ukrainian children might be the largest state-run children kidnapping operation in history. Thousands of them remain in Russia. They are subjected to indoctrination, forced Russian citizenship, adoption of foster placement with Russian families, and even name changes. These actions by Russia violate the Genocide Convention, UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, and Fourth Geneva Convention. In this regard, I refer to the Montreal Pledge made by participants in the recent Ministerial Conference on the Human Dimension of the Peace Formula. They pledged assistance for the return of children, and I urge everyone to join these noble efforts. Thousands of Ukrainian prisoners of war and civilian hostages are still held in Russian captivity without proper access of international monitors and medics. We remember all of our people, and we will not rest until we free all of them and return them home. The list of Russian atrocities committed in Ukraine proves that the current international tools are not working. We need new mechanisms to ensure accountability for the crime of aggression and all subsequent crimes. If this requires setting a precedent, let's set a precedent. If this requires amending the Rome Statute, let's amend it. We must act to restore international peace and security. Colleagues, the price of inaction or appeasement far exceeds the price of strong steps. If we allow Russia to continue aggression and go unpunished, this will create unacceptable risk for global security, nuclear safety, environment, migration, and other areas. Russia is now aligning itself with such rogue states as Iran and DPRK. This emerging axis is in an active phase and of undermining the global order. The involvement of regular Northern Korean troops marks a new level of escalation and global proliferation of war. This is a real part of a North Korean ballistic missile KN-23 that struck Ukraine. Such deadly missiles fall on our people constantly. They can carry around 500 kilograms of explosives. The most recent hit was Brovary near Kyiv on November 13th. We know precisely what North Korea wants to get from Russia in response: technology for missile, nuclear, and other military programs. This will have an impact far beyond the borders of two states, including in the Indo-Pacific. The same applies to the deepening of Russia's defense cooperation with Iran. By the way, we have proof that Russia started using thermobaric warheads on Iranian Shahed drones to cause maximum destruction. And the question is, what does Tehran want from Moscow in return? Again, very specific things that can further worsen the security situation in the Middle East. This war is much larger than Ukraine, and its price for the world can get much higher if we don't stop Russia now. In total, between February 2023 and October 2024, the Ukrainian Defense Forces recorded more than 4,600 cases of use by Russia of ammunition containing hazardous chemicals. Today's report of OPCW is a timely reminder of all the red lines crossed by Moscow. It confirms the evidence provided by Ukraine, in particular a grenade marked RGVO and the corresponding soil samples. We have proven that Russia uses prohibited chemical substances on the battlefield. For Russia, this is also a war for natural resources, a very colonial approach. They try to capture Ukraine's rich deposits of manganese, uranium, titanium, and other resources. And we must stop the aggressor from proceeding further if we want to avoid these critical resources falling into the hands of Russia, North Korea, and Iran. Russia currently loses around 1,500 soldiers killed and wounded in action per day. Russia loses in 10 days in Ukraine a comparable amount of soldiers to the Soviet losses in Afghanistan in 10 years of war. These are the bloodiest occupied square meters ever. This also shows how low is the price of human life in Russia. Mr. President, the world cannot afford peace in any cost in Ukraine, because in the end the price will be too high. It might lead to an even larger possible global war. We witnessed this in 2014. Then the prevailing argument among appeasers was, Russia only wants Crimea, it will not go further. But it did, and the weak response did not deter Russia, it encouraged further violations. Russia started the war in Donbass. Ukraine signed the Minsk agreement and held almost 200 rounds of negotiations with Russia. There were 20 ceasefire agreements. 8 years of peace process ended when Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. By the way, next month will mark the 30th anniversary of the Budapest Memorandum. Today, this document stands as a reminder to the whole world, never trust Russia. Their word has no value. So why should anyone believe that Putin will act differently now or on a new argument? Not before we raise the price for his aggression. As a core principle of our approach, we must recognize that there can be no compromises on territorial integrity and sovereignty, whether in Ukraine or anywhere else. The fastest way to end this war is to increase the support of Ukraine. It needs to defend itself and to compel Russia's withdrawal. Equipping Ukraine with the necessary means and removing artificial limitations on weapon use will speed up just and lasting peace. Tightening sanctions will deprive Russia of funds for the war. Next year, Moscow plans to feed $146 billion into its war machine. At the same time, Russia's shadow fleet can bring at least $120 billion in oil revenues. We must cut these bloody revenues. Supporting Ukraine, President Zelensky's victory plan and the peace formula is the only realistic path to a comprehensive, just and lasting peace for Ukraine and the world. And one more important point. There is no justification for putting Ukraine and Russia on the same footing as two sides of the war. This is not a conflict between two parties. This is a war of aggression. Russia is the aggressor. Ukraine defends itself. False moral equivalence must stop. Mr. President, Let's realize the price we have already paid for this war, a war that no one wanted except Russia. Let's realize the price we will have to pay for appeasement. Let's take real action for real peace, peace through strength. I thank you for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Sibiha for his statements. Colleagues, I wish to remind speakers to limit their statements to no more than 3 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously. The flashing light on the collar of the microphone will prompt speakers to bring their remarks to a close after 3 minutes. I now give the floor to the representative of Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also thank USG Rosemary DiCarlo for her valuable briefing. I also welcome participation of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Andriy Shiba, in this meeting. As the war is about to enter its 4th year, the highly attritional nature of the conflict remains unsustainable for all parties involved. The cost of the war is mounting, having already inflicted profound suffering on millions in Ukraine and beyond. In addition to the worsening humanitarian crisis, the current situation continues to threaten nuclear security. Since the beginning of the war, Turkey has maintained a principled policy on 3 main fronts. First, commitment to Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty. Second, supporting any initiative that aims at achieving peace. And third, mitigating the fallout of the war. The risk of an uncontrolled escalation, posing a threat not only to Europe but to global stability, is still a possibility. This escalatory trend might reach to an unmanageable level with severe regional and global repercussions. Despite the risks involved, there is still no strategic vision on how to end this war. However, the world cannot afford a prolonged war in Ukraine. That's why we need to focus our efforts on finding a workable, pragmatic and realistic plan to achieve peace to avoid global catastrophe. We remain convinced that this conflict can only end through negotiations. In line with the UN Charter, any peaceful resolution of conflicts must advocate for a just peace rooted in international law. We must jointly continue our calls for restraint on use of force and leave room for diplomacy. Ultimately, a just peace can only be achieved through direct dialogue and mutual understanding. A result-oriented approach should be developed jointly before it's too late. Negotiations on various tangible topics, such as food and energy security, maritime safety in the Black Sea, and exchanging of prisoners of war, could be the basis for peace talks. The time has come to identify common ground to discuss how to reach a just and lasting negotiated settlement between the sides. To establish the much-needed peace in Ukraine, Turkey is prepared to play a facilitating role again when the sides are ready. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Turkey for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Czechia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow, we will mark a solemn milestone, 1,000 days since Russia began its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. However, it bears remembering that Russia's war of aggression actually commenced in February 2014 with the illegal annexation of Crimea. For more than a decade, a permanent member of this very council has perpetrated atrocities, bombarded civilians, and committed egregious human rights abuses in blatant violation of international law and the UN Charter. Let me state it loud and clear. Russia continues to violate the basic principles of the UN Charter system, such as territorial integrity and national sovereignty, through its naked attempt at a land grab. Mr. President, Czechia is gravely alarmed by the recent escalation of the DPRK's direct involvement in this war of aggression. Not only is Pyongyang supplying ammunition and ballistic missiles to Russia, but it is now also deploying its troops in Russia to be used against Ukraine. Russia is brazenly violating the very Security Council resolutions for which it voted, undermining both the global non-proliferation regime and the authority of the UN Security Council. Moreover, the DPRK's direct involvement in Russia's war of aggression poses a dire threat to the Indo-Pacific security. We have repeatedly urged fellow UN member states, including China, to cease enabling Russia's aggression against Ukraine by providing Russia with political and military support. We are deeply concerned by credible reports that Chinese companies have been supplying goods with clear military applications, including one-way attack drones and engines for military UAVs. China's ongoing delivery of tools that Russia needs to continue its aggression against Ukraine and its people represents an intolerable perpetuation of this conflict. This in turn directly threatens European as well as international peace and security. Mr. President, as we mark 1,000 days of Ukraine's unwavering resistance against Russia's full-scale invasion, Czechia reiterates its unequivocal condemnation of the Russian war of aggression. We remain fully committed to providing political, financial, humanitarian, and military support to Ukraine and its people as they exercise their legitimate right to defend their homeland. To conclude, I remain convinced that our common goal now must be to intensify efforts to ensure that Ukraine emerges victorious from this horrific war and secures a just and lasting peace in accordance with the UN Charter. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Czechia for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Lithuania.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for convening today's Security Council briefing. I also thank USG De Carlo for her valuable insights. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the 3 Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, and my own country, Lithuania. We also align ourselves with the statement of the European Union. Today, we must recall the horror of peaceful towns and villages of Ukraine that 1,000 days ago, overnight, were turned into rubble, and their residents became victims of the Russia's war crimes. Only in the town of Bucha, which was under Russia's troops' control in March 2022, suffered over 100 targeted killings. This weekend alone, Russia launched more than 120 missiles and 90 drones targeting Ukraine civilian infrastructure. In Odessa, 10 people were killed, over 40 injured. Russia continues to violate the UN Charter, disregarding multiple GA resolutions, including on principles of the UN Charter underlying a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine that was adopted in February 2023 with a majority of 141 votes. Russia ignores the order of the International Court of Justice to immediately suspend all military operations in Ukraine. Also on 17th of March 2023, the International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants against Vladimir Putin and Maria Lvova-Belova over allegations of involvement in the war crimes of child abduction during the invasion of Ukraine. Over 19,000 Ukrainian children have been taken from the Ukraine to Russia. Mr. President, Ukrainian people continue to fall victims of Russia's attacks. The latest OCHR report has documented that conflict-related violence since 2022 killed over 11,000 civilians and injured over 24,000, and the actual numbers are much higher. We are witnessing a disturbing surge in aerial attacks by Russian targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure. Over the past 2 months, the use of long-range drone attacks by Russia's forces has escalated dramatically. In this regard, I would like to express our appreciation for the work done by the UN in Ukraine, OCHA, UNHCR, and UNDP, and other humanitarian agencies working tirelessly and under threat to alleviate sufferings of the Ukrainian people facing Russia's war of aggression. In 2024, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania has been included in the Ukraine's regional refugee response plan coordinated by the UNHCR. It complements the government-led responses to provide protection and support for refugees from Ukraine. Over 170,000 refugees are being hosted in the Baltic states this year. Mr. President, Russia has stepped up its war of aggression by turning to alliance with the DPRK, which violates multiple UN Security Council resolutions, namely Resolution 1718, Resolution 1874, and Resolution 2270, all which Russia itself supported and committed to uphold. The DPRK's involvement by providing ballistic missiles and now troops and heavy weapons in Russia's war against Ukraine poses an increasing threat to regional stability in Europe and Asia with severe global repercussions. This escalation from Russia and the DPRK demands firm international response. We call on the Technical Secretariat of the Organization for Prohibition of Chemical Weapons to monitor the situation in Ukraine closely, as Russia is reportedly using chemical weapons in Ukraine. Mr. President, we fully support Ukraine's victory plan. First and foremost, this includes Ukraine's joining NATO. Ukraine's membership in NATO is the key for long-term security and stability in Europe, and our own security is incomplete without it. We strongly reject attempts to pressure Ukraine to negotiate on unfavorable terms at the expense of its sovereignty and territorial integrity, as this approach has nothing to do with just and sustainable peace. Ukraine alone shall define the terms of peace in accordance with the principles of international law and Ukraine's peace formula, prioritizing its sovereignty and territorial integrity and holding Russia fully accountable. Only just peace can be truly sustainable. We demand Russia to unconditionally, completely, and immediately withdraw all its military forces and equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Lithuania for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Romania.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank USG Di Carlo for the briefing, and also to express my delegation's appreciation to the United Kingdom for allowing us to convey to the members of the Security Council our deepest and legitimate concerns as a neighboring country and the Russian aggression against Ukraine that is happening over 1,000 days tomorrow, already today in Europe. And I would say this is 1,000 days too many. This war of aggression unequivocally violates the principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity and the UN Charter. It constitutes an intentional breach of international law and an attempt to change the peace and security architecture. Ukraine's response to this war of aggression is the legitimate mode of action of self-defense in line with the UN Charter, and Romania has been supporting Ukraine all throughout. It is our shared political and moral responsibility to support Ukraine in its fight for independence, territorial integrity, and in the UN principles, and we believe each sovereign nation is free to decide its foreign and domestic policies. We condemn strongly deliberate attacks against civilians and civilian critical infrastructure, including over the past few days. We heard today from USG Di Carlo, as we heard in the past 1,000 days from other briefers, about the high price Ukrainian civilians are paying, and we just heard from Foreign Minister Sibiha on this exact high price the civilians in Ukraine are paying. And we are all too familiar with the severe impact of this war on food security, not only for Ukraine, but for many countries around the world. We are also confronted with a considerable high risk for maritime security and freedom of navigation in the Black Sea, as USG Di Carlo also mentioned, with Russian missiles endangering commercial ships. Mr. President, my last point today regards the future. The UN Charter needs to be at the core of a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine. Accountability is at the forefront. No country should assist a war of aggression, irrespective of when or where it happens. The only option is an immediate and complete withdrawal of Russia's troops from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. And this message has been valid on day one of the aggression, as it is now 1,000 days after. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Romania for their statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Stavros Lambrinidis, Head of the Delegation of the European Union to the United Nations.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honour of speaking on behalf of the European Union's member states, candidate countries North Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, Ukraine, Republic of Moldova, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Georgia, and Liechtenstein, Andorra, Monaco, San Marino aligned themselves. I want to thank the UK for organising this meeting, and of course, USG Di Carlo for her very important briefing. Colleagues, tomorrow marks a somber milestone, 1,000 days since Russia has provoked an unjustified full-scale invasion of Ukraine, a war of aggression that continues to shake the world, 1,000 days of senseless human suffering, 1,000 days of an unprecedented violation of the UN Charter, 1,000 days of inspiring courage and resilience by the Ukrainian people. In light of these grim circumstances, I would like to emphasize 3 key points. First, Russia's violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and its attempts to acquire territory by force concern every single EU member state. We must, all of us, condemn such actions today, because otherwise we will end up condoning similar blatant attacks on any and all of us tomorrow. Protecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all UN member states, regardless of their size and power, is a collective duty. Second, Russia must abide by the will of the global community, as expressed in several resolutions of the UN General Assembly, and immediately and unconditionally cease its war of aggression, including its deliberate attack against Ukraine's civilian infrastructure and energy sector. Attacks on civilian infrastructure have surged, leading to the highest civilian casualty rates since the start of the war. Yesterday morning, we witnessed yet another such massive Russian attack. Russia has a plan to weaponize energy and to pressure the Ukrainian people ahead of a freezing winter into submission, they hope. Shame on them. And Russia disregards the civilian lives in the territories it currently occupies. Extrajudicial killings, arbitrary detentions, enforced disappearances, systematic use of torture, sexual violence, crimes against humanity. Russia and its leadership must be held fully accountable. And beyond Ukraine, Russia, of course, continues to weaponize food, has continued to intensify its efforts to disrupt the Black Sea corridor with attacks on civilian port infrastructure in and around Odessa. Here again, we have to condemn them, all of us. Third, we urgently need a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace anchored in the UN Charter. To this end, Russia, the aggressor, must withdraw all its troops from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. No initiative about Ukraine can be taken without Ukraine. And any serious proposal for peace must be based on the UN Charter and international law. We urge third countries to cease all assistance to Russia's war of aggressions, not just direct military support, but also provision of dual-use goods and other sensitive items. And we condemn the deepening military cooperation and arms transfers between the DPRK and Russia. They also flagrantly violate multiple United Nations Security Council resolutions. Friends, participation of DPRK troops in Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine would represent a unilateral hostile act by the DPRK at the reckless invitation of Russia, with grave consequences for European and global peace and security. And in closing, Mr. President, for the past 1,000 days, a brave Ukraine has been exercising its inherent right to self-defense in response to Russia's illegal, unprovoked, brutal aggression. We must continue to defend Ukraine's right to protect its territory and its people in line with the UN Charter. We must continue to protect the integrity of the UN Charter itself. And we must keep doing so for as long as it takes. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Lambrinidis for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Iceland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor of delivering this statement on behalf of the Nordic countries, Denmark, Finland, Norway, Sweden, and my own country, Iceland. I extend my appreciation to Under-Secretary General De Carlo for her briefing on behalf of the Secretary General. Let me also welcome the participation of Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiha of Ukraine in today's meeting. Today's Council agenda covers two extremely serious situations. Following this morning's briefing on the devastation in Gaza and Lebanon, particularly for civilians, we have now turned to the devastating consequences of Russia's war. This week marks a grim milestone, 1,000 days of Russia's harrowing war of aggression against Ukraine, 1,000 days of devastation and suffering for Ukraine's people, 1,000 days of Russia's massive attacks on civilian infrastructure in clear violation of UN's Charter. Russia bears sole responsibility for this humanitarian crisis, depriving millions of civilians of access to housing, water, heating, and electricity. Russia's attacks have severely damaged or destroyed more than half of Ukraine's energy production capacity. Russia's full-scale war of aggression has had devastating consequences, not only in Ukraine, but across the globe. In recent weeks, Russia has intensified its attacks against civilians, critical infrastructure, grain storage facilities, ports, and civilian vessels in the Black Sea. These attacks have serious repercussions for the world's most vulnerable populations, those who rely on grain from Ukraine. We cannot stand idly by in the face of such actions. We will not accept a world where states can invade and subjugate their neighbors with impunity. Let us not forget that in the Ukrainian-occupied territories, Russia is conducting a brutal campaign of cultural indoctrination and assimilation of Ukrainian children. The United Nations was created precisely to prevent such acts of aggression, to protect the principles of peace, sovereignty, and the right of all nations, large or small, to exist in security and dignity. Mr. President, while Russia continues its onslaught, others are working doggedly to find a way out of this nightmare. The Ukrainian 10-point peace formula, the joint communiqué on a peace framework, and the recent ministerial conference on the human dimension of the peace formula, hosted by Canada with Norway and Ukraine, make vital contributions to finding a way to peace. Any peace initiatives must be in line with the rules and principles of the UN Charter, including respect for Ukraine's